Welcome, dear chess friends, to Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. Here we are gathering for the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship. We're going to have very exciting games today. It's round number 1. And my name is 𝐒𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐿. I'm going to be your host throughout the event. But now, let's go and take a look in the playing venue because 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐤 prepared for us something.
So already you can see here everything is ready. You can see the top players' names here.
Yes,
Yes, although.
Well, I guess nothing will change with chess-based India. It's completely different. But the software of chess-based India might improve finally with a new purchase.
Hello. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. How are you doing?
Thank you. It's good. Both players arrived or not arrived? Do you know they arrived or not?
Yeah, Behinyad is here.
Yeah.
Fujairah. I know. Morning is he's here.
أنا تو بتنين لسه سديت موجودة. نهار موجود بس كورونا ما. أنا.
Can you check for Maravan if he is here somewhere?
Okay.
Because I don't know him.
करने को देखो कहीं है क्या आसपास
Oh, you saw him?
He's here. He's here. He's here.
Oh, so, yeah, okay. So for
In case you want to go to toilet, just go right side, just 3-4 stairs. On the left side, there were toilet, 3 cabinets, you can use it there. Okay? And for agreement of draw, after 30 moves of black. Is it clear? Do you have any question, please, before we start? Yes, first move.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What are you looking for? Come. All in there.
Watching at the game now, we see Michal Sarin there, and we see the handshake on the first board between Pranav and Michal Sarin. It's going to be for sure an exciting match. The players are getting ready. We have only 1 minute before the start. Players are all focused. Also, we have seen how Michal Sarin was talking to some friends of his before the start of the round, but now everyone is getting serious because the games are about to begin. We're going to see also some small opening ceremony with the first move to be made on the first board just in a few moments, because it's now exactly 5 p.m. here at Fujairah, so the games are going to be starting very soon. Meanwhile, I just want to highlight that there are not only this tournament, there are 2 other tournaments which are taking place. But as we can see in the Superstar tournament of the Fujairah Global Chess Championship, there are so many top players fighting it out. We have Michal Sarin, we have Raunak Sadvani, we have Tabata Bey, Narayan, Theodore, and so on. These are just top 5 I just named. And we see players are looking away. I guess the opening ceremony is starting at this moment. We're going to see who is going to make first move.
Today, the first day, first round, still people in the queue, so we'll manage it, of course, but we wait, of course, it's not their fault. So we'll start as soon as
we see that here we have a chief arbiter who is talking. He is talking about some rules of the tournament, how it's going to proceed. We see also Tabata Bey was just coming to his board. Although I see some players are missing at the boards. The good thing that there are 30 minutes default time in this tournament, so there is still time for players to come and sit in their seats. We see also many arbiters are in the background. There is a huge team working at the Fujairah Global Chess Championship. Not only the players are there are also a huge arbiters team, there is huge media team. Everyone is working to make it great. There are a lot of supporters. And look at this, 𝐇𝐤𝐤 and Pranav, they're talking and they're discussing something and even laughing right now at the board. It's interesting to see. Usually players are all serious at the tournament, but we see the first move is going to be made.
Before we start the tournament, we have many special guests, but two of them will make the first ceremonial move on board number 1 for the Superstar Tournament, Fujairah Global 2025
first
edition. So it's Dr. Abdullah Ali Al-Barkat, President and Chairman of Fujairah Chess Culture Club. Another special guest is Mr. Muhammad Al-Madaka, President of Qatar Chess Federation.
Announcing. What is going to be the first move? Okay. Instead of making the first move. Okay, he's playing 1e4. It's on the board, the first ceremonial move. 1e4. Let's see if it's going to be played on the board, really, because sometimes players are moving the pawn back and then playing exactly the same move. But sometimes they're just leaving the pawn on the board. Let's see what Pranav will do at this moment. Will he push the pawn back? This is the question right now. 𝐇𝐤𝐤 is laughing, so there is a lot of fun happening since, of course, we have two Indian players on the first board who know each other, who have played a bunch of times against each other. And yeah, there is still some official photo is being made. Just a few moments before the tournament is going to be kicked off. Everyone is looking ready. Look at all the players in the team. Look at the everyone is there, all the arbiters. Some few moments for official photos for the opening ceremony before this exciting championship is going to be kicked off here in Fujairah. It's going to be the first edition of the Global Chess Championship here, so I'm really excited for the first round. And so is everybody. So you see a few more moments for some photos and videos. We still see some players are arriving in the playing hall. A lot of photographers and videographers are making videos and photos. And we see Pranav just move the pawn back. Does it mean he will play another move, or will he still play e4 once the clock will start?
Okay.
This is the big question, because sometimes players just move the pawn back and then they play exactly the same move, just to make it funny. But he might go for the d4, he might go for knight f3, he might go for c4. There are all the bunch of moves he can play there. Knight c3 even, or b3. I'm not really sure, but I still think that e4 is one of the candidates' moves which can be played. And we see that everyone is exiting the playing hall right now, since the round is about to be started and the clocks are going to be started on each board. By the way, we see right now the playing area here for the players. Yeah, here we go. The games are about to start. We're now just quite peaceful against the first board, the Indian clash here. Chess Championship. There is a huge question right now. What is it going to be? Is it going to in Fujairah. First of all, we have the Superstars tournament with all the strongest players. There is only one female player participating there. It's Zhu Jiner. In the Masters, there are still a lot of strong players there, but for the Open, it's open for everyone, so 3 events. For the time control, we can see that there are 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. The increment is starting from the move now 1, but it's very important that there is no more 30 minutes after move 40. The draw offer is definitely possible, but only after move 30. There is a severe rule here at Fujairah. And in case the players are late, they can be late for a maximum of 30 minutes. This is the default time. So the players can be late a few more minutes, but it's okay. And very important, what are the players fighting for is the prize fund, which is enormous. In the Superstar tournaments, it's $80,000 For the first prize, there is going to be enormous $23,000 prize. For the second place, $13,000. For the third, $9,000, and then we see there is $1,000 gap each from the place 3 to the 10, with a $2,000 for the place number 10. We also have the prizes in the Masters tournament. Let's one more time see at the prizes. We see for the third prize for the third place there is $9,000. Yeah, we see now a video in the Masters tournament. By the way, as we were speaking about this tournament, we see that the first move is being made in the Masters tournament. We see so many players there, so many children also there. It's the first board in the Masters event, which is Vladimir Akopian from the USA playing against Alexander Volodin representing FIDE. So we see the first move has been made on the board by the kids. So nice to see. Amazing. Amazing to see children who play chess.
Please, all players, will move to the
right now also the first ceremonial move was made on that board. Again, big question, is the move going to be repeated or not? But as I can see, it was played some a3 or no, it was e4. It was e4 also on the same board. And you can see that this playing hall here, it's completely different one. So Superstars playing in their own playing venue. There is another playing hall for the Masters tournament. And one more time, the prizes for the event. For the first prize, there is $5,000. For the second, it's $4,000. For the third, $3,500. And for the fourth, $3,500 in between. For the fifth place, $2,500. For the sixth place, $2,000. For the seventh, $1,500. And here we see the place number 8 with $1,300, ninth place $1,200, and for the 10th place $1,200. As well in the Masters prizes, but there are also special prizes because there are top 3 female best female player prizes for $1,000, $600, and $500. Also, best Arab player can get a prize. We can see there are 2 places for the best Arab players, and also the rating category prizes of $500. Under 2,500, under 2,400, and under 2,300. So these are exciting prizes. What we have also, as we were talking, there is an open Master Open Youth Tournament with $15,000 of the prize fund. For the first place, the player will get $3,000. For the second, $2,000. For the third place, there is going to be $1,400. For the fourth place, $1,200. For the fifth place, $1,000, and for sixth place, $800. But that's not it. There are also special prizes in the Master prize. I mean, there are so many in the Masters Open prizes. As you can see, there is under 18, under 16, under 14, under 12, and under 10, and under 8 male and female prizes. There are a lot of them. I'm not going to name, but it's amazing that organizers are trying to also encourage the children to play chess and get more prizes. So this is very exciting. And as we speak right now, there is another third ceremonial move. Already in the first tournament we had in the Superstars, and we had in the Masters. Now we're heading into the Open Youth Tournament, where again we see the children is playing the first move. but was he playing for the black? And we see the first move has been made on the board. Very exciting moment for everyone, also for the players who are doing the first move, especially for the ones who are seated at the first board in the Open Use tournament. Oh, we see that there are like two first moves. One first move from white and second one from black. So the full first move has been played. It's very nice. If I'm not mistaken, it was e4, e6. So most likely it was a French defense started. And look at this, how huge the playing hall is for the Open Use tournament. There are a lot of players there. I mean, only in Superstar tournaments there are 44 players, but in all the other tournaments, and in the Masters tournament, there are around 200 players. Also in the Open tournament, around 200 players. There are really lots of players here in Fujairah gathering for this Fujairah Global Chess Championship, which is really exciting to see kick off today with round number 1. So probably since we looked at all of these beautiful videos from the playing venue, let's take a look at the intro video of the Fujairah Global Chess Championship.
جهد تعالوا جهد
جهد
تعالوا جهد
ابوي نزل والمبنى جهد المبنى جهد تعالوا يا شباب جهد
يلا يلا كابتن
يلا وراكم جايين توكلوا على الله.
ما شاء الله المبنى حلو المبنى جميل.
يا جماعة الحدث اللي اليوم مجتمعين علشانه وايد مهم. جاي أخبركم إنه صار جاهز.
جهد تعالوا جهد تعالوا جهد
ابوي نزل والمبنى جهد المبنى جهد تعالوا يا شباب جهد
يلا كابتن
يلا وراكم جايين توكلوا على الله.
ما شاء الله المبنى حلو المبنى جميل.
يا جماعة الحدث اللي اليوم مجتمعين علشانه وايد مهم. جاي أخبركم إنه صار جاهز.
جهد تعالوا جهد
جهز ابويا نزل والمبنى جهز المبنى جهز تعالوا يا شباب جهز
يلا يلا كابتن
يلا وراكم وراكم جايين جايين توكلوا على الله.
ما شاء الله المبنى حلو المبنى جميل.
يا جماعة الحدث اللي اليوم مجتمعين علشانه وايد مهم. جاي أخبركم إنه صار جاهز.
يهد يهد تعالوا يهد
جهز جهز
تعالوا يهد
ابويا نزل والمبنى جهز المبنى جهز تعالوا يا شباب جهز
يلا يلا كابتن
يلا وراكم وراكم جايين جايين توكلوا على الله.
ما شاء الله المبنى حلو المبنى جميل.
And welcome back. So we have the first moves which are incoming on the board as we're talking. We see that e4 has been played from for now. So indeed the first ceremonial move which was made on the board is currently there. And we see c5 has been replied by Michał Sarin, which means we're going to see a Sicilian. Instantly knight s3 has been played and d6 after that. The big question is which kind of Sicilian we're going to get. We're going to get the closed one, the open one, what is going to be the next move. And as for the players, I have researched some information regarding them and if they played against each other earlier. And as we're discussing, this is the first board of the Indians. We have Pranav is playing against Michał, and obviously they played against each other. They played against each other 3 times before. They played in 2017 in Isle of Man when Michał Sarin won, but he was playing white pieces back then. In Sharjah Masters in 2024, last year, in the Sicilian Najdorf, there was another game, but it was a draw. And this draw was played with exactly same colors. And we see right now on the board, just as I look, there is not going to be any Sicilian Najdorf anymore. Very interesting choice by the Michał Sarin. And as we see also, they played against each other recently in Chennai Grandmasters 2025, and Michał Sarin won that game with the white pieces. So as I was talking, they have played already a couple of moves. So look at this. Michał Sarin plays knight f3, d6, and plays bishop b5, gives a check. So in this moment, we can see and that he's going not for the open Sicilian. So after knight e7 has been played, castle is on the board, and a6 is a move kicking back the bishop. Bishop goes back to the e4. So he doesn't want to repeat in the same way that he had to go. So it's good time for us to go to the board number 2 and take a look what is going on there, because it's Raunak Sadvani who is playing against Gremlin Alexeyev. And look at this position. What we have right now on the board, we see that there are all central pawns gathered in the central position. As I can say, they haven't played against each other. So we have Raunak Sadvani, who is a second seeded in the Fujairah Global Chess Championship Superstars. As we can see, it looks like it's a tower defense, but let's start from the move number 1. So c4 has been played, e6, knight c3. So it's interesting start of the game, because usually we know that Taraj starts with moves like d4, d5, then c4 is 6, and then after knight c3 then goes for the c5, then we have the Taraj. But here we can see that c4 was started, so a bit tricky move order. c4, e6, knight c3, and then d5, d4, and here we thought we might transpose to the queen's gambit decline, but no, Gremlin Alexeyev is going for the c5 at this moment, transposing the game to the Taraj as we speak, and there are big questions right now for white. Does white want to take on d5, trade the pawns, or just continue to play more solid, playing e3 and knight f3, not yet saying anything what is going on in the center, because there is a big pressure happening right now. Who is going to take first? That's the biggest question. I myself, I play with white d4 openings, so I would always try to go for the pawn take. But here is the trick. What might happen if cd5 is actually taking place on the board? Because at this moment, there is an intermezzo move of black's pawn c taking on d5. Because if black would just take on d5, there might be a situation where black will end up with an isolated pawn on d5. But if black takes on d4 in this position, and white takes on d4, we see there is this nice trick of knight c6 giving an attack on the queen on d4. Queen has to go somewhere. It doesn't matter where it goes, backwards or to a4. Sorry, not to b4, to a4. But if, let's say, it goes backwards, then here e takes d5 is happening. It looks like it's a pawn sacrifice, but black is going to get an activity in this position, and it's so-called Shara-Henning gambit. So this is what we might see on the board, but for now, for a moment, there are no more moves. So this is the current position. So there has been no take which happened. So Sadvani is taking time. It looks like the c5 move is a surprise, although it's very difficult to say that we can surprise on such high-level opponents. And we see e3 has been played after a few moments of thinking. We see it's 1 hour 28 minutes for Sadvani in this position. He didn't go for it, he didn't take on d5, but it could have been an interesting gambit indeed. And knight f6 instantly bleeds out by Alexeyev in this position. It looks like a logical move, of course, developing the knight, defending the pawn on d5. And again, there could be still ideas for white somehow transpose into the position with the isolated pawn on the d5. As I was telling earlier, these players have not played against each other before. So it's always interesting when there are different type of players and different clashes are taking place. As we can see right now, knight f3 is on the board, another developing move. First of all, defending the d4 square, but at some moment it's also aiming for the e5 square, so controlling it for a moment, so not yet taking. And one more time, I just want to highlight how special this position of the pawns is. So neither of the pawn is taking. And I want, probably let's dive deeper into it. Why is none of the pawn is taking? So obviously white would take on d5, it's possible, the take is possible on d5, but if white would take on c5, well, it would just help black. Oh, and we see completely symmetrical position now that knight c6 is being played. We see the position is completely mirrored. But let's take a look at this. So if pawn takes on c5, it doesn't make any sense at all, because here we're just helping black, because black is taking the pawn with developing the bishop on c5. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to give up the tempo. But what could be an idea is to wait for the moment when the bishop is going to be developed. So let's say in this moment, if black would not go for knight e6, but bishop e7, here we can take on c5. Since now after take, in order to recapture on c5, bishop has to spare one more move. So basically there was just the loss of a tempo move earlier. For that reason, none of the sides is taking on, none of the sides is taking on c5 or c4, so it's the same working for the black as well. And we see that Raunak at this moment is taking time and trying to figure out, does he want to take on d5? Obviously, he will not take on c5. It doesn't make too much sense to give up this tempo. But what else can he do? Let's try to figure this out, because as I can see, the bishop from c1 cannot be developed, right? There is a pawn on e3, which blocking its way. On the other hand, we have the bishop from f1. We can develop the piece, but once we develop, we have again this issue. Doesn't matter on e2 or d3. Again, one more time will be issue. D takes c4, bishop takes, and we'll lose the tempo. We don't really want that, so we cannot take. I'm sorry, for some reason I have some errors on the board. These were the arrows of the variations, so okay. I was afraid that it was the arrow showing the best move. No. All right, so there is no bishop developing move. There is opportunity of taking on d5. It's possible to take on c5, but he's not going to do it because it doesn't make sense. The other move which I'm thinking about, which could be interesting in the position, is playing e3. Because as we see, there is no more other progress white can make. Bishop d2 doesn't make sense, although it's developing move, but it's not really helping white. But a3 is a very interesting move, because now white is passing the move to black. And now black has to decide what to do and how to continue in this position. And it's not so easy, because if you're not going to develop the bishop, then what are you going to do? Or are you going to play again a6? But if you're repeating and again getting the mirrored position, here white might take on c5. So here is my idea. So after take, bishop takes. Here white has b4 coming with a tempo. So even though black took with a tempo on c5, there is b4 coming and attacking the bishop. And later we're going to put the bishop on b2, having this beautiful diagonal. Potentially there might be a take on d5 and getting an isolated pawn. Of course, it's all just ideas. Right now, all of this is happening in the player's heads. They are just taking them time, they're trying to figure out what would be the best way to continue. But while they're taking time to think this position, I suggest we go to the board number 3, which is another exciting matchup we have here with the white pieces Alexander Motilov, representing Romania, against Aminta Batabayev from Iran. And as I can see, there have been already a lot of moves being made. Looking from the structure, it reminds me some kind of Parakan or French. But I suggest we go from the beginning and take a look and see what was the opening. And I was completely wrong. It was Brazilian. So it started e4, c5, knight f3, d6, bishop b5. Again, we have seen it on the board number 1. If you remember, Michal Sarin played it. Planav played it against Michal Sarin. So here, bishop b5 was played, bishop d7. If I'm not mistaken, knight d7 was played in the position. Trade happened, and after castle, knight f6, rook e1. I'm just wondering how they got into that position with the pawns on d4 and e5. Most likely at the moment there was a break with a d4, e5, but it looks very interesting. So knight c6 has been played, c3. So we see that white was spending a lot of time on development, castled, but there is not really many pawns in the center. There is only one pawn on the e4 square. So white has to try to figure out what to do next. And this c3 move is highlighting that white wants to go for the d4 and e5 pawn pushes in the center. It's interesting, black had an opportunity here. Probably it's not so good, but black had an opportunity to react with the e5 by stopping it. but I think it doesn't look so good because it would open up the king's position after the d4 move. So after e5, d4, yeah, the position would open up. It just doesn't work. So for that reason, black wanted to be a bit tricky. And let's not forget, this all might be a preparation. This all, and as we see, by the way, on the clocks, players blitzed out all the moves. So it was indeed a preparation. So we see d4 has been played on the board, take happened. And here black played d5 themselves, so not to wait for the hook. What is a hook? Hook is when there is a pawn and a knight standing one square apart, and there is another pawn coming attacking it, opening up the position. So this was a big threat from white, and for that reason, black went for d5, which is also a perfectly playable move, so it's great. But now we see that now we transpose the pawn structure we have seen at the final position. There is still a lot of moves which have been played. But that's why I said, knight e4 has been played. That's why I said it reminds me the French defense or Caro-Kann, because this is usually the pawn structure you're getting when you're playing French defense or Caro-Kann. Also, I would rather bet more on Caro-Kann because there is no bad bishop on c8. And maybe just shortly, just to highlight, of course, the difference of the position. Imagine if there was a bishop on c8, which would be just stuck. Meanwhile, there is no bad bishop in the position. The dark squared bishop of black is a great piece. It can be always working and can be always opened. And this pawn chain, although it looks like white has more space, there might be pawn breaks, like such as f6. There might be a pawn break in the position at some moment. The pawn on d4 might be a weakness. I would rather put it as the red color. So knight bd2 has been played, attacking the knight on e4, offering a trade, and it was accepted because there was no way to go for the knight, and of course there was a threat of taking and trading the pawns. So knight takes, bishop takes, and bishop e7, finishing the development and also at some moment supporting f6. Although you have to be really careful, because if you go for f6, the e6 square suddenly becomes a weakness, and there is this beautiful rook placed on the e1 square attacking the pawn on e6. So rook c1, placing the rook on the semi-open file, castle, rook c3 has been played. Is something happening? Is something being prepared there? I don't know, but rook c3, I like this move a lot. This was one of the last moves which has been played. And you're not really sure, what do you want to do with the rook? Is the rook preparing some doubling on the c-file, or it wants to go in for the attack? I would rather say the second. And just imagine just removing the knight. You can even play knight g5 at the moment and just sliding the rook over to the king side. Of course, you would love to have the light squared bishop instead of the dark squared bishop, because this one doesn't attack anything. But yeah, it's a very interesting move. So rook ac8 has been played by Amin Tabatabai. And a3. I'm just wondering. Of course, black doesn't want to go for the bishop b4. I was just thinking that bishop b4 was a move, but it doesn't make sense in this position because you don't want to trade the bad bishop. And this, here we come to the talk of the exchanges and the difference of the pieces. Although we have the same value, so the same pieces, we have the bishop, the dark squared bishop, but looking at both of them, of course, there is a big difference between the bishop on e7 and the bishop on d2. There are more pawns which are located on the dark squares. That's why the bishop on d2 is not really working so well, and there are no real attacking opportunities for it. So it's attacking the square on h6, which is, there is nothing. There is not a piece to create a threat. So yeah, and I'm just wondering why a3 was played. Probably knight b4 was an idea in this position. And now, if you want to trade the rooks, there is no knight b4. But let's move forward. So this is the current position on the board 3, while Amin Tabatabai thinking, let's move on to the board number 4, where we have Sam Shankland playing against Narayanan. And look at this position. What is going on? There is already pawn all the way on, wow, on the a5 square. what was going on here. I'm just trying again to guess the opening. Okay, this can't be Sicilian anymore because the pawn is on c7. Okay, there was some kind of e4 opening. Was it Philidor? Maybe there was some kind of pivots or Philidor, so e4, d4, and e5 break at the moment. Looks like this. So let's take a look very quickly. e4, e5 was played. So probably there was some d4 break. So now we're entering to the classical openings. We have had Sicilian, we have had d4 openings, Tarrasch. We also had a very interesting Sicilian, which transposed a very interesting pawn structure. Now we have a classical opening. As it said, e4 the best by test, and e5 is one of the most critical approaches, which is played on the top level, also developing the pawn and basically taking all the central squares. So knight f3 targeting the pawn on e5, and knight f6 is being played. So here we are already we're entering the position where white is deciding what to do next, going for the Italian or for the Ruy-Lopez, and we see Ruy-Lopez has been played by Stan Shankland. a3 targeting the bishop. So now big question, do you take or do you go backwards? Exchange variation of Ruy-Lopez also is a very thematic point, but bishop a4 was obviously played. As it's the first round, we can say that the more higher rated player who is Sam Shankland, who is playing white in this case. He's more ambitious, of course, he wants to try to play on. And knight f3 is on the board. So we see here it's a Morphy defense of the Ruy-Lopez. Castle has been played and bishop e7. So there could be ideas of developing the bishop to c5 in some of the variations, but Narayan is going and he's deciding to go for the bishop e7, more tricky approach. One of the points is that there are never going to be an issue with potential bishop g5 coming there. So the bishop is just defending the knight and defending from all kinds of pins on the pink side. Because if you develop the bishop to c5, although maybe now I can see that the relation bar shifted a bit upwards, so maybe it's not the best move. But after, for example, I just play some moves, so c3 I guess should be played because there is already a threat to trap the bishop and trade it. And after d6, there is already a problem. If white manages to get bishop to g5, how are you going to defend from this pin, since your bishop cannot retreat backwards to e7? So that's why this bishop e7 is a very nice move. So bishop e7 was played, rook e1, and now b5. I'm just was wondering for a second, was there a way to trade the bishop? No, there was not. So b5, of course, is an idea which usually is followed up by knight a4, which would trap the bishop. But in this case, knight on c6 is still pinned to the pawn on e5. So it has to defend the pawn on e5. And for that reason, it's not yet possible. So castle has been played. And now a4, white is the one who is striking. And there is already a big threat, since there is this pin on the a file. Take on b5 is big threat. You cannot take back because the rook is going to hang. So you have to do something about it. I'm just wondering if bishop b7 was possible, since we can see that black went for the b4 move, coming all the way forward. But I'm just thinking that after bishop b7, we can see the computer said it's still possible, but after d3, probably just another variation. So it was still an opportunity, but black went for the b4 move in this position. And now we see that black is grabbing more space with the b4 pawn. There is no longer knight to c3 available for white. So this is, of course, a good point. The other thing is that what we have seen in the final position, that a5 can be played. And also white is the one who can grab the space on the a file. Now d4 was the move immediately striking the center. This is, of course, a very thematic idea in both Italian and Ruy-Lopez at the moment to go for the d4 break and for black for d5 break. And usually the one who goes first for this break is the one who is getting a great prospect in the position. So go forward, d4, d6. And after trade on e5, we see that knight was taking on e5. Of course, taking with a pawn would be, probably it's still possible, but then there would be a question, what is the knight doing on c6 besides defending the pawn on e5? So I think what Narayan thought here is it better to trade off the knights with the idea of, oh, 1 second, we didn't have this on the board yet. We just had d5. So this is the current position. 1 second. Let me just quickly go back to the game. No, it's not final position. Okay, there was some glitch in the moves. Okay, pawn takes on e5, knight took exactly on e5, offering a trade. And interestingly, in this position, Sam Shankland did not trade the knights. He decided rather to keep the knights on the board. And that can be talking about some prospects on the attack, on the ideas of getting initiative in this position. Because if you would trade the knights on e5, which looks very logical, pawn takes, big question is what to do next, because there is an opportunity to trade the queens. But if you're on the side which wants to try to fight, you don't want to trade. And if you don't want to trade, then where do you go? And again, there is a problem because the position is getting mirrored. It's getting very, we can see that pawns are located on e4, e5. There is no opportunities to attack. So I see that this knight b to d2, which was played, is a very nice move because he's not trading the knights. He's saying, if you want to trade the knights, please take my knight on f3. We are going to trade on my own terms, and I'm going to keep the pawn on the e4, which is a pawn which grabs more space for white in this position in the center. And because of the pawn on d6, there are some issues for black. There is some issue with the bishop. It cannot be developed so well. And knight f to d7 was played, also defending the knight. Very interesting. Coming with a knight f to d7, and potentially maybe there could be ideas of trade and bringing the knight to e5, or bringing the knight to c5 at some moment after some trades. And here we see that was the key moment where Sam Shankland went for the a5 move in the position, grabbing more space and cutting the pawn on b4. Now there is no pawn from the a6 which can support the pawn on b4. Now this pawn on b4 is completely alone. And it could be a target, potentially it could be a target in the endgame, but also in the middle game as well. And also looking at the pieces, looks like they're a bit passive, although bishop b7, and it was, by the way, played, bishop b7 was played in the position targeting the pawn on e4, and rook a4, very interesting rook leaf targeting the pawn on b4 was played. This is the current position here. Narayanan is taking time. We see he has 1 hour, 12 minutes on the clock. So we'll let him think in this position and go to the move, to the board number 5, which is the Brandon Jacobson, the US Grandmaster, playing against Nicolas Theodorou from Greece. I'm just looking at this and look at the position which we got on the board. So far, all top 5 boards are completely exciting. I mean, this is super exciting to see the chess on every board. There is a fight. And this is such a strong tournament. Usually in the open tournaments, in the open events, you're having, some top player, let's say Grandmaster 2600, facing some, let's say 2021 or 2200. But here we have almost the same rating as we can look right now. Brandon Jacobson with a rating almost 2600, playing against almost 2650, so just 50 rating points. And there is a big chance, obviously, for a draw in such matchup because the strength is really high from the both sides. But so much fight we can see, not only on this, right, on the previous boards. I'm just trying to figure out first, what does it look? I mean, seeing the e4 on the board and the g3, it looks like in English. So it was an English opening. And last move, f5, is also a big surprise for me. The f5 move, but it's also logical because black didn't put the knight on f6 yet, so f5 makes a lot of sense. Trying to push later for the e4, taking more space. I feel like black is being very ambitious here. By the way, look in the clock situation. Look at this. Nicolas Theodorou spent 12 minutes on this move. So this was not his preparation. This was not a preparation move. So just let's move a few moves back just to see how it all started in the game. So c4, as I was talking, finally I was right with the opening. So c4 was played, English opening, e5 is on the board, and g3. So with when white is going for the c4, there are all kinds of moves which black can play, and of course how white can react after that. Because here after e5, you can go for knight c3, you can go for e3, you can play d3, so all this kind of moves. We see white goes for the g3, another move, but of course it shows some cards because we understand that white wants to place the bishop on g2. Knight c6 is on the board, and bishop g2 has been played. So far, as we can see on the clock, both players played very quickly. g6 has been made. Also, black is going for the fianchetto on the king side. Knight c3, very interesting. So developing the knight, of course, highlighting that there are some squares on d5, e4. White wants to protect, and bishop g7 has been played. Everything very quickly. By the way, it's interesting, both players were looking into this. And now d3 has been played. It reminds me some kind of reversed Sicilian dragon in a way, if we can look at it from that perspective. But of course, it's a completely different story because here d6 was played, and after bishop d2, f5 is on the board. Yeah, this is a very interesting move. So going for f5, and as we see, if I go one more time, one move back, just take a look at the evaluation bar. Although we don't have really to look at it, but we see that it shifted, right? It went a little bit up. And it was a move which was played on his own. So Nicolas Theodorou was not in the preparation here. Maybe he thought f5 is in some of the files, is a move, and he calculated, and it worked, and is going for it. And again, the shift is really minimal, so there is not much to talk about. You know, many times the viewers are watching some game, there is a minimal shift of 0.1, let's say from 0.0 to 0.2 or from to 0.1, and viewers are like, oh my God, what a blunder. I mean, this doesn't really make too much of a difference. It can be even trickier right now for white, because this is a very sharp move and very sharp option. So what does it allow for black, and which are the drawbacks? Let's just take a look at this. First of all, we see that the pawn is covering the square on the e4, and there is potential knight f6 which is coming. So that's one of the advantages of the move, but of course the disadvantage is that potentially this diagonal can be very, very weak, and for that reason this move is very sensible here. It's very tricky in the position going for such move. You have to be really careful later on. It's a very committed move. But again, if you're playing this position with white, what are you trying to do? What is your idea? You can continue going slow with the e3 moves. You can try to develop knight. By the way, where do you develop your knight from g1? I don't really see a good square, because if you go for the f3, then suddenly there can be a move of e4. You have to calculate all of it. I'm not saying it's working. I'm just saying you have to calculate. Probably it's not working. Probably it's not working. I mean, e4. Knight f3 is probably working, but e4 is not working here. But you have to calculate all these ideas, and maybe even knight f6 and then e4. But you have to look after all of it. A very, very tough position right now for Brandon Jacobson to be in, although there might be some tricks in the position. We have checked top 5 boards in the superstars of the Fujairah Global Chess Championship. The games are heating up here in Fujairah. It has been nice to see all these openings. We're going to take our very first break, so please stay tuned for more from Fujairah. the first board, because this is a game of Pranav against 𝐒𝐻𝐈, which is the first board in the Superstars tournament. And this board is also very interesting clash. First of all, we have the boss Indians players. Secondly, it's very unusual and interesting because both of these players played just a few days ago in the Chennai Grandmasters 2025, and they played their last round, they played against each other. But in that game, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 was playing white. And 𝐒𝐻𝐈 won that game. And now we have a new event, new tournament. We have Superstars for the Fujairah Global Chess Championship. We have round number 1, and it's Pranav with white pieces against 𝐒𝐻𝐈. So literally the same match, but with the reverse colors in this position. And what I can say is completely fresh, very unusual position. I don't know, I was just looking also in the database, there are no games which have been played from this position, also some moves earlier. Let's probably go and take a look a few moves back where we left it, I think. We left it right in the beginning, around here. So basically it's all started as a closed Sicilian, so castle a6 was played, bishop e2, yeah, this one we saw. Knight g2, 6 attacking the pawn on e4, d3 was played, and e6 was played by 𝐒𝐻𝐈 in the position. First of all, he wants to develop the bishop to e7. Also, at some moment, there might be ideas to go for the d5. We have seen this in the game of Motilov against Tabatabai. We have seen this setup with the pawn on e5. And a4 was played by Pranav in the position. Of course, it's also very logical because at some moment, Black wants to go for the b5, so a4 very logically stopping this idea. So b6 has to be played, and also white b6, because with an a4 move, white is threatening to go forward with the a5, blocking the b5 push forever. So b6 is not meaning that bishop b7 might go there, although it can be a move, but it also stops the a5 idea. So now anytime a5 is happening, Black would go for the b5. Okay, let's go back to the game. Knight f to d2 was played. I'm just a bit surprised. What is happening in the position? Why would you place the knight from f3 to d2 backwards? Okay, we can see following. The knight cannot jump forward. There are no real moves for the knight, but knight on e3 looks nice, and you want to develop the pieces from the queen side. But Pranav goes for the knight f to d2, and we can see all the moves are being played very quickly. Both of the players are blitzing out the moves. Bishop b7 is on the board, finally developing the bishop, although the pawn on e4 is defended. Maybe d5 break at some moment idea of 𝐒𝐻𝐈. But we're entering the position which is getting less and less games. This position happened only in 6 games. So now f4 was played, grabbing more space in the center, similar to the game of Nicolas Theodori, which we were discussing. He played f4, f5, here is f4, grabbing more space, introducing some ideas of e4, of e5 in the position, and bishop e7. And looks like for bishop b7, Black spent some time, so maybe 𝐒𝐻𝐈 is not yet in the prep, although he might have just been thinking for a couple of more moves. Maybe he's still in the preparation, but he's just trying to recall all the ideas, all the moves he had been preparing before the game. Knight c3 was played, and now knight b8. I'm shocked. What a move. I just want to play it, go backwards. Oh my god. This move we haven't seen. I mean, this is a completely fresh position, completely fresh. But yeah, probably let's take a look what happened later. Bishop f3 has been played, knight c6, knight b3. I mean, this position have been played a single game before. This is a game we want to take a close look at because a lot which can happen here. We see both players are out of the preparation. We see the pawn on e5, crazy position. But it's time for us to go to the second board and see what is happening there. Because it's Raunak Sadvani who is taking on Alexei Grebnev. And as I can see, there are no DNC pawns any longer. We left the position when there were pawns on the d4, c4, d5, and c5. And now there are none of them. And there is a bishop pair in the position. Maybe just very, very quickly going backwards to see what happened. And as I was telling earlier, if you remember, dear viewers, I was saying that a3 might be a move. It was played, so White didn't want to make any decisions here. Black played a6 the same way. And now finally, so this is exactly the line we were discussing, by the way. Raunak Sadvani went for exactly the same line we were talking about. Take on c5, bishop takes, and b4. So bishop goes back, and now bishop b2. It looks like Black gained a tempo, and then Black lost a tempo, so it looks like a kind of even. Castle happened on the board, bishop b2. All the moves looks very logical. Here, I believe there was an idea for White to create a position with isolated pawn. So it could have been c takes d5, e takes d5, and of course, what you don't want to do in this position, you don't want to take on d5, because if you take on d5, knight takes, queen takes, goodbye the queen, check, and it's a double attack. The queen is collapsing, so that would have been a nice line, but of course, the players are very smart. But definitely, first take would have happened. So this something which could have happened, and then Black would have an isolated pawn in the position. It's rather a question to White if White was ready to get into this position. The positions with isolated pawns can get tricky. And as we can see, an answer, Raunak didn't want to go for it. So he played bishop e2 in the position he didn't take. And that's why Black took on c4. So both pawns on the DNC files got eliminated. b5 has been played in the same way as White played b4. So we have completely symmetrical position at this moment, but it's Black who has castle and White who has bishop on b2. So now the only thing which is left is for Black to play bishop b7 and for White to castle to get it completely symmetrical. No, Black went for knight e5, offering a trade of the knights, and it was accepted, and now f4. So again, we see the symmetric ideas. We have seen f5, we have seen f4, now we see another f4 coming in the position. One more time, it's a very committed move. Like, first of all, you're attacking the bishop, of course it's great, but you're weakening the e3 square a lot. So if you're going for something like this, it has to be proven good. Bishop takes on c3, not to lose a tempo, was played by Black, but now there is a bishop pair advantage for White. Although this e3 is a weakness, it's a very tough call. Whose position is better here? Bishop b7, also a great bishop coming to the long diagonal. I mean, position, so Black is also getting great. Although, one more time, the bishop pair is going to be a long-lasting advantage for White. Castle is happened, and this is the current position of the board number 2. We see that both sides finish the development. There has been very nice idea from White of f4. Looking at the evaluation bar, it's not impressed at all. It says it's equal. You know, most of the players are doing their best. They're doing great. But one more time, this f4 idea was really nice. And bishop c3, of course, very committal decision. Trading the bishop, giving up the bishop pair from Black. And now White is the one who has the bishop pair. But one more time, there is a weakness on a3. So I would suggest we let Alexei Grebnev think in this position as Black, and we go to the board number 3, if we can do it. It's Alexander Motilov against Amin Tabatabai, because they're having also very interesting position. I mean, one more time, we have a round full of exciting boards. I mean, like, it's absolutely stunning. Every board which we are looking at, there is something special. And we remember this position. There was rook c3 played. At some moment we were discussing what the rook is going to do. Will it go to the king side at some moment, targeting some squares on the king side. No, it went to d3 to defend the pawn on d4. Of course, I think it's temporarily. The pawn is defended here temporarily. I mean, rook is not such a tight distance defending piece. Rook on d3 is not looking so great. But I think at some moment white is going to stabilize, maybe play the bishop c3, defend the pawn, and then at some moment rook might slide to the king side. I think this rook can still go there. But wait a second, what is going on? Because pawn on b2 is under attack. Although I know one saying, h6 was played, it was not taken. Yeah, there is one saying that taking on b2 is bad, even if it's good. So you gotta calculate before taking the pawn on b2 or b7. So you have to be indeed very, very careful. And that's what also Amin is understanding. Of course, he's an extremely strong player. He plays h6. He's not allowing any h6 opportunities because, I mean, let's be honest, like if queen takes on b2, you see computer is completely shifting up right now. So it's saying, you know what? I'm going to trade your, trap your queen. So rook is coming to b3, queen e2 is the only move, and now after rook e2 looks like there is a big threat of trapping the queen, and well, luckily it didn't happen on the board. Of course, players are extremely strong to do such mistake, but just maybe going backwards, just a couple of moves to see what happened. So here, rook c3 was on the board, rook a c1. We have seen this. a3, a6 was played. Now, rook d3. So rook d3 was played exactly at this moment. It's very interesting. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, what I can see is that there could be ideas of the knight jumps, like knight a5, knight c4, and rook didn't really have too many squares. So if rook would go to e3, it would make position strange because the bishop would be blocked. So rook d3 looks like it's defending the pawn on d4, and also at the same time it's opening the road to the bishop, blocking the ideas of knight jumping to a5, which makes a lot of sense because then bishop a5, knight a5, sorry, was possible. Now it's not. And now queen d8, one more time, moving the piece backwards. Of course, there have been a lot of moves in the position, but queen d8 coming back is opening an opportunity for the black's queen to enter the position for b6, what we saw in the current position, because the queen on d7 is completely locked in this position by the pawn chain. Unfortunately, there is no way. And you have to consider what to do with black. You have to either open up with f6, which you probably don't want to do considering the king is on g8, but queen b8 was played, h4. h4, sacrificing a pawn for a moment. But of course, I don't think that bishop h4 would make any sense. It looks like there should be some tactics. I'm just trying to figure out. So bishop takes, knight takes, or maybe it's not tactic. Maybe it's just oh, wait a second. I think I know what it is. Knight h4, bishop, queen takes h4 and rook h3. And now the big question is, where do you go with the queen? Because if you go away with the queen, suddenly the queen can come to h5, and there are no real squares. I was just thinking queen can go somewhere backwards, but there is a bishop defending the square. So if queen goes back, queen g5, there can be all kinds of sacrifice. No, you don't want to do it. So of course the pawn was poisonous. It was not possible to take it. So queen b6, we see Amin Tabatabai trying to play on the other side of the board. We see these both players are trying to play Motilov on king side, while Tabatabai is playing on the queen side. And h5 was played. h6, as we were talking, is the last move, which is currently played on the board, blocking all kinds of h6 ideas, not taking the pawn on b2 one more time, because the queen would get trapped. And talking about the opportunities in this position for both sides, first of all, one more time, with this pawn structure, the idea of black should be always to put pressure on the d4 pawn. and create ideas for the f6 break to again target this pawn structure, because this pawn structure of d4 e5, it looks amazing, it looks great, there is a lot of space for white, but the problem is it can be targeted very easily from black. That's something what white has to watch out. Although now that we have h6 on the board, this f6 is not going to be an easy way to go, because one more time, if h7 pawn moved, it weakens the g6 square. So after f pawn moves, this pawn will be complete weakness. And then we might have knight h4, knight g6, bringing queen to g4. So this would be a really big mistake. So I think at this moment, it's safe to say that f6 is not going to happen after h6 is already on the board. But never say never. We might see it. Who knows? You know, I might jinx it, and it's going to happen at some moment. But while Alexander Motilog is taking time in this position, I think it's also a great opportunity for us to move to the board of Sam Shankland against Narayanan. It's board number 4. And ooh, wow, what a pawn structure. d6, c5, pawn on b4. Super exciting position. I mean, one more time, every position in the boards we have seen looks really exciting. And there is not a single game which was played in such a position. The pawn is on a5, it could be a weakness at some moment. And we were talking that b4 could be a weakness, but now with this pawn structure, I don't think it is. Although d6, now in this case, d6 is something I think what white is trying to attack. And it's also remarkable that so far, all the top boards we have been looking at in the superstars, all those boards, looking at the evaluation bar, it says, oh, you know, 0, 0.1, minus 0.1, it's all around equal. How strong the players are with their opening preparation. First of all, of course, it's about opening preparation, which they have usually the day before the game, but in this moment, since it's the round number 1, they knew the pairing around 3 hours before the start of the round, so at 2 p.m. local time. So at 5 p.m. the round kicked off. Of course, they had also to arrive earlier to the playing venue, so there was probably around 1.5 hours for the preparation. And what we see on the boards with the preparation, this really excites me a lot. So going back to the position, I'm just trying to remember the last moment we have seen it. So just to recall you, here knight b to d2 was played, not trading, which is very nice from Sam Shankland. He's not simplifies the position, he's complicating it. He's going a5. He's trying to isolate the pawn on b4. And this is the moment where we left it. Rook coming to a4, targeting the pawn on b4. So now the pawn is a target, but c5 is immediately played. And in this position, we can see pawn on d6 is strong, it's a defended one, but after c5, suddenly d6 is a pawn which can become a target, which is going to become a target. So knight coming to c4 was played. Of course, makes a lot of sense, attacking the pawn on d6. I think black is forced to trade, because in this position, how else can you defend the pawn? There is also another threat to take twice here in case the knight will leave. So for example, knight goes to f6 to defend the pawn, then this pawn is going to fall. So then will be takes. Oh, wait a second, for some reason there is a difference with which knights to take. Pawn takes, and now trade. Okay, so it's different. So one more time, knight to c6. So if I take with this knight, so the problem here is that e4 pawn is still under attack. So this is a different story. That's why you have to keep the knight on c4. Of course, knight coming to f6 would not happen, because knight c4 is more obvious move to defend the pawn on d6, trade, bishop c4. And now another knight coming to f6. Not to e5, interestingly, but to f6. Though, yeah, probably doesn't make any sense to go for the e5 square, because you're going to separate the pawns. But knight f5 makes a perfect sense, because now this pawn on e5, now it's a target. Because we have a bishop targeting the pawn, knight is targeting, and it's the only piece which is defending, it's a rook. So what was done? Of course, Sam Shankland went for the e5 break. This is what we haven't seen yet. I'm just trying to understand, is there a way to defend the pawn? I mean, bishop d3 would be a way, but it's passive. It's very passive, and that's why Sam Shankland, of course, he's not here to play passive chess. He's here to try to fight, to try to find ideas, to try to find chances. One more time, this first round, like comparing this tournament to any open tournament, I mean, this is completely different because we see the rating difference is not such a big one, especially when we're talking about guys with 25, 26, almost 2700. So this is obviously a different level, what we have here. The draw is likely, but the players are still trying to push, still trying to get initiative. This is what Sam Shankland is doing. He's going e5 in the position. He's breaking with e5, he's trading the pawns because there is no other way what black can do. Black trades on e5, and now knight e5. And for some reason, look at this. For some reason, I see that levelization bar shifted down. I'm just trying to understand why. Was it because queen d8 had to be included, intermezzo? How fast did Sam Shankland took? He took almost instantly. Probably he took like around 1.5 minutes, because I can see, no, he took 1 minute because he had 1 hour, 24 minutes, 37 seconds. And then he had, yeah, so it was half a minute. So it's 1 minute, 1 minute what he spent in this position on this move. Of course, he's seen that there was a queen takes on d8, and obviously he calculated it before. So let's not say he didn't do it, but definitely there was something in the position. So let's try to figure it out. What didn't he like in this position? So queen d8, big question, was which rook to take. Looking at the position, it feels like the queen side is not going to be open anymore. Looks like rook a taking on d8 is possible, although I can see that this is not going to be opened up as well. But the rook can come later to e8. So let's say rook a to d8. And now what happens if knight takes? We have similar position with a trade of the queens. And now what's the point? I'm just trying to understand the difference. So we have the position where the white's rook is on a4. This might be something what can be a big topic in the position. The rook on a4, it's being completely, I mean, encaged, imprisoned on a4. There is no way for rook to get out. Of course, you have to always go back and then to get out. For now, rook is standing there. There might be ideas to go with c3, trying to open up and bring the rook from this file, but still, it's not so clear. But I'm just trying to find the difference, because apparently queen d8 was the move in the position according to computer. So knight takes on e4, e5 was played. Knight takes on e5 was played, and it's immediately, it's saying minus 0. Let's say 3, minus 0.4. So there is something here which black can do. And apparently the move was played. Bishop d6 is on the board. Was bishop d6 the move? It looks like this. Computer is saying bishop d6 was a move. White had to, absolutely, white had to trade the queens in this position. Will we see black getting initiative in this position? Someone who is lower rated, I mean, one more time, even though we're talking about the lower rated players here, they are no low rated at all. I mean, you look at this, I mean, Narayanan is almost 2600, super strong India grandmaster. On the other hand, we have Sam Shankland, who is of course not so young as Narayanan, but he is still very strong. He's playing a lot of tournaments. He's playing very strong. He's a very strong also coach. He's also having many courses, many chess courses. But look at this. We might have some initiatives shift, because originally what we have seen is that Sam Shankland was the one who was dictating how the game is going to proceed. But at this moment, we see that this could be Narayan who is taking the lead in this position. Just one more time, let's go back and see. Pawn push was happening, pawn takes on e4. Sam Shankland with 1 hour, 24 minutes in this position, he's taking only 1 minute and taking with a knight on e5, letting black go for the bishop d6, the position without the trade of the queens. And let's try to understand now, what is the problem? And the problem is that you cannot really move the knight backwards. Where do you move the knight? I'm just trying to look at the video footage. As you can see, I mean, look at Sam Shankland there. Look at his body language. We don't even see Narayan on the board. We don't even see him on the board. He just left. He's feeling it. He's feeling that he has slight advantage in this position. While Sam Shankland is in shock. I think he spent already 4 minutes in this position. I think he was not expecting it at all. I think now he sees it. So let's try to break it down. What is the problem? Knight was coming from f3, so let's try to bring the knight back to f3. And look at this. Evaluation bar drops. Why is that? Look at these beautiful bishops on the b7 and d6. Look at where they're looking to. They're looking at the king side. And the position of the black pieces is just perfect to launch an attack. An attack is going to be followed by, I mean, there is knight d4, first of all. You can bring the knight. You're threatening to take on f3. You're threatening to take on h2. Let me make the move on the board. So knight g4. Now there is a big threat. Take on f3, take on h2, bring the queen in the position. But there is also queen c7. And I think, queen c7 more, because first of all, you're not only including queen into this attack, so you're targeting h2 one more time, bishop f3 is a threat, but also you're introducing the rook from a8, which can slide to d8 and put pressure against the queen, which doesn't really have so many squares to go. I mean, we might see something like this. And of course, if Sam Shankland goes for the knight f3 or jumps with the knight back, but of course, it's not a must. And in this position, there are still moves. There is still something what Sam Shankland can do in this position. And this is, I mean, as I can see, it's the only move. It's f4. And I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, of course, you don't want to bring back the knight. You don't want to open up the attack on the king side. And it still shows that there is slight advantage for black in this position. There is still pressure. Although f4 moves looks like a nice stabilizing one. It's defending the knight on e5. There is no longer this attack. But I think what the problem might be is that this is increasing some pressure on the pawn on g2, increasing pressure on the king side. And this is just something I think what Sam Shankland was not expecting. I mean, look at him trying to figure out. I see his body language. He's talking to himself a bit. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he was even talking a bit to himself. While Narayan, on the other hand, he's just drinking water. He's just calmly sitting there. I mean, this is something what Sam Shankland was not expecting. Okay, let's see. f4. If f4 is being played on the board in this position, what is the continuation? So the problem, one more time, the problem of the white's position is a rook on e4. It's unfortunate placement of the pieces. Bishop on c2. So with the f4 move, you don't develop the bishop to f4 any longer, and the bishop is just looking at the pawn. One more time, how are you going to get the rook out of the a4 square? And yeah, that's a big question actually. How are you going to activate the queen? And I don't really see a fast way to do it. There might be some c3 ideas to open it up, but I think black is just simply too strong. Queen c7, just putting even more and more pressure on the position. Now knight cannot really move because there are going to be a problem with the f4 square. We see meanwhile white played this f4 defending move, but white weakened the king on g1, and there might be an issue with the king here. Definitely, there might be a big issue. So let's say white is trying to continue to defend with something like queen e2. Do we see a move? No, it was not yet played. No, the move is about to be played. Let's go back to the position. He played knight g4. Knight g4 is on the board. As I can see it, knight g4 is here. It has just been played. And look at this, it's a mistake. It's a mistake according to computer. We were looking at knight f3, but 1 second. The move has just been registered, knight g4. Oh my God. Oh my God, dear viewers, look at this. What is going on this board? Knight g4 is a mistake. Evaluation bar drops drastically now to clearly better position for Narayanan. Clearly better position, not even with the one move here, he can play different moves in the position. He can play a few different moves. And one more time, why is that? Because the queens are on the board and the bishops are extremely active. They're just targeting the king side. I'm absolutely craziness what is going on right now. Here, it's a board number 4 in the superstars. We have Sam Shankland, one of the top players. He's having the rating of 2670. His highest rating was over 2700. He's extremely strong player, and we see he's making this mistake. Evaluation is just dropping, and we might see an upset today. We might see an upset, if we can call it an upset, because Narayanan is extremely strong player. He is extremely strong Indian player. We see he's completely focused on the board, trying to figure out what's the way to continue. But while he's taking this time to get this golden opportunity, let's move on to the board number 5 and see how it changed, what development has happened. We see it's a game of Brandon Jacobson, as we were talking earlier about this game from USA against Greek Grandmaster Nicholas Theodorou. We see that there has been a trade on e5, and what is happening today? Dear viewers, what is happening? Because f4 was played and pawn took on e5. We see a lot of f4, f5s today in the positions. I don't know what is going on. In the first round, somehow everyone wants to play excellent chess. Everyone wants to be really aggressive, and everyone wants to be ambitious in the first round. And we see f4, e5 or was it maybe a necessity? Let's try to break it down. First, what I mentioned, that there is a time difference. There is around 10 extra minutes for Nicholas Theodorou in this position, so it might think he's a bit more in the lead according to the opening preparation. But as we were talking about it earlier, there was this f5 move made. This is what we were discussing in the position where he spent some time. So here, knight h3. This is the moment where we left the position, by the way. This was the moment, because here we were talking, what is going to happen if white goes for the knight f3? Will there be any like e4 moves? But here we see the answer to this question, because knight h3 was played in the position. Very interesting move. Knight h3 targeting the g5 square. So not knight coming to f3, but knight to h3. And as I was a kid, when I was going into chess, I was learning chess, I was told not to put knights on the edge of the board. And we see top grandmasters who are casually breaking these rules. Of course, it's a completely different story when the top grandmaster is playing it. He understands why he needs it there. And one more time, so if we place a knight on f3, it is not covering so many squares. So it's it's targeting e5, it's targeting d4, but it's all fully protected, doesn't make any sense. On the other hand, it's still getting closer to the g5 square, at some moment also h4, but knight h3 is doing so much more. First, it's targeting g5. Secondly, it's supporting f4 push. So now in this case, f4 can be pushed easily. There is no knight which is standing on f3, and the knight is also supporting it. So this is really great. This is really great to see. So knight f6 is being played, so continuing the development, castle h6. Stopping all kind of knight jumps, bishop jumps to g5, h6, f4, castle, and now knight d5. Wow. So knight d5. Of course, white is trying to get the knight, this square on d5. And the idea obviously is after knight takes, the bishop can capture on the d5, which of course black doesn't want to allow, so knight g4 was played. And now we see the drawback of the move knight h3, because now the square on g4 is in a way a weakness. Now knight can jump here, and there is no h3 which can be played. So now knight g4 was played, and after pawn takes on a5, this is the current position, what we have between these two players. And just as we speak, recapture happened. The pawn take has been happened. Both players have roughly the same time situation. But look at this, black has this advantage in the center, in this space advantage, we can call it, because these pawns can be pushed at some moment. But for a moment, neither of the pawns is ready to do so. So the pawn push has to be prepared. On the other hand, looks like white is ready for it. White has a great knight on d5. It is a great piece. It's blocking all the way for the black. And now knight goes back to f2. Instantly, all the moves are happening instantly in the position. So I don't exactly. Let me try to figure out. Okay, it's very logical now that I understand, of course. Because knight cannot jump to g5 any longer, knight cannot jump to f4, it has to go back, and also offer a trade to the knight on g4. This is obviously something which is very logical, to just offer the trade of the knights. The knight on g4 is a very strong piece, and also now the h3 is suddenly in the picture. Black has to think what will happen if h3 is being played and the knight is being targeted. So this is now a big question. Will black trade the knights, or will black make white a trade? This is going to be a question in this game. But I would like just to go through a bit deeper in this position and try to understand what could be ideas for both sides. We can see that white finished the development with pieces, so all the pieces are out, knights, bishops, while black has some questions. As I try to go deeper, the players are playing the moves. It's amazing to see the moves incoming, because one more time, I would like to remind our dear viewers the format of the event. Here in Fujairah, for the Global Chess Championship, we have 9 rounds. We have 3 tournaments, the Superstars, the Masters, the Open Tournament. There are 9 rounds, and the players, wow, the players are surprising. They're playing so fast because they have only 90 minutes and 30 seconds increments starting from move 1 for the full game. There is no extra 30 minutes we got used to. There is no this time control. There is no half an hour after move 40. This is not something players can rely to. You know, when I play myself, I'm really, you know, I'm looking forward to this 40th move mark, because I know I'm going to get extra half an hour, because usually the events I'm playing, there is a 30 minutes. But here, it is not there. It's simply not there. And I'm just recalling one of the events where I believe Pragnananda was playing. I think it was in Sharjah Masters a couple of years back, where Pragnananda was playing against one of his opponents. And at the 40th move, the opponent got flagged. he thought he will get extra 30 minutes, which he didn't. And well, he accepted the defeat, but of course it's very tough to lose the position which was far from losing just by the clock. And that's why all the players have to be careful and have to play faster, because you don't want to left playing by the increment. And as we were talking, the trade of the knights has happened on f2. Knight is coming to d4. Now we have similar situation. Knight is on d5, knight is on d4. And I think a question is going to be what white will do next. Because suddenly c6 is a threat. Knight will have to go back. And the c6 pawn structure, okay, let me just try to make some random move. Just random move. Don't worry, evaluation just went down because I played this move. c6, and now after knight goes back, I just want to demonstrate to you that this bishop is just going to be looking at this pawn structure, which is not good for the bishop on g2. It's definitely not. So for that reason, in this moment, it's very critical now for white, because white has to find a way to react on this c6, or try to find a way that c6 is not going to happen. For a moment, I don't really see a way to do so. Although there is some bishop before ideas targeting the rook. This is a attacking move, and there can be some knight e7, although yeah, after bishop before there can be rook e8 or rook f7, and then no knight e7 is happening. But it was definitely worth mentioning. Other than that, I don't really see a way to stop c6 in the position. Probably what white has to do here is try to figure out what white can find as a resort for getting initiative. But I think it's time for us to move back to the first board, because I'm just wondering what is happening there between Pranav against Nihal Sarin. This is the top match. This is a top, and look at this. As we went here, we see evaluation bar is all the way up. I mean, not all the way up, but slightly up. As I can see, it's plus 0.8, so it's clearly better position. It's not slightly better, it's clearly better position for white. I'm just trying to understand what have we missed through this time. I just want to go back, and one more thing I want to highlight, one more big thing. Look at the pawns of black. Nihal Sarin has all his pawns on the light squares. All of them. And the last move was g6, putting the final pawn on the light squares. And white has all the space advantage in the position. I mean, this advantage which computer is showing looks completely human and logical to me. There is a space advantage, and there is a potential attack on the king side here in the position. Because, of course, black has his pawn on c4, but it doesn't bring so much of a sense there, because there is nothing happening on the queen side, but there might be some breaks with h4, h5, or at some moment even f5 on the king side. Nihal Sarin has to be ready to face all of it. I want to go back, and you know where I want to go. There was this very interesting move. So in this position, we were discussing it. Knight b8. The move was played in this position, knight b8. Nihal Sarin didn't spend too much time on this move. He played it like in 2 minutes. And this is a move coming back. Of course, it's very logical, bringing the knight to c6. And from this move, there was a completely fresh position. From this move, not a single game has been played. And this is completely new position. Bishop f3 was played. So trying to oppose the bishop on b7. At some moment there could be a trade or threat of going for the e5. Knight c6, trying to stop all these ideas. Now knight b3. I'm just wondering if a knight b3 is a kind of a move which is provoking d5. Was it a provocation, or maybe it was just saying I'm ready to go for d4, and black was forced to go for d5 himself. And this was the moment where d5 was played in e5, and this is the new pawn structure which we are getting in this position, in this game. We have a pawn on e5, and the pawns on d5 and c5 for black, they're still open. There can still be c4 move, there can still be d4 move. But the position which we have right now, the pawn is on d4, this bishop is completely trapped on b7. I'm just interested how it all happened. So knight went back d7, knight e2, castle, and now d4 was played by white. So this is the white who played d4. And here there was a lot of moves for 𝐇𝐤𝐠𝐡𝐧𝐞𝐬𝐤, but I don't think, I'm just thinking, because if taking, he didn't take, obviously, he played c4, we know that's already a spoiler. I'm just trying to figure out, what if he took on d4? So there would be probably take, and yeah, I think the biggest problem might be that the square is fully controlled by white, and the bishop is just looking at the d5, looking really bad. So this bishop on b7 would be a very bad piece. We could call it, looking the pawn structure, French bishop, looking into the French defense. So yeah, c4 targeting the knight, knight goes backwards to d2, and now here b5. Apparently, combination of the c4 and b5 was an enormous mistake for 𝐇𝐤𝐠𝐡𝐧𝐞𝐬𝐤 getting from the equal position from here. Even computer is saying like slightly minimal better, 0.1, to the position where he is clearly worse. b5 and now bishop g4. Introducing the f5 idea was a very nice find. That was the only move, by the way, for white to keep this huge advantage. And after bishop g4, g6 was played. And this is the current, no, it's actually not current position, because there was a move which was played by white, which was knight f3. Very logical move, bringing the piece to the king's side. This is the position which we have right now. We see 𝐇𝐤𝐠𝐡𝐧𝐞𝐬𝐤 is at the board. He's trying to figure it all out. He just played a move. We're going to see it. From the look, it looks like something on the queen's side. So we will see this move in a moment. While we're getting back the move, looking at the time situation, it's interesting because 𝐇𝐤 has around the same time which Pranav has. And one more time, I want to highlight this because looking at this position and game we just seen between Sam Shankland and Narayanan, we have two players who have higher rating. In this game, we have 𝐇𝐤𝐠𝐡𝐧𝐞𝐬𝐤 with higher rating. In the previous game, we have Sam Shankland with higher rating, who are suffering in the first round of the event, although they are favorites. And one more time, if we're going to see any upsets in the Superstars tournament today, I don't think there's going to be an upset because everyone is so strong, and like 50 or 70 rating point difference, sometimes it doesn't play a role. Sometimes it more matters how did you wake up, how did you sleep, how did you get over the jet lag, and just basically how well did you sleep previous night. These are all things which really matters in chess. Obviously the preparation as well, but I'm just completely surprised by the position. And for now, we're still waiting for we see Pranav is at the board, so we might get the move very soon. And I think while it's happening, let's take a look what is new at the second board of the Superstars, where Raunak Sadhvani is taking on Alexei Grebnev. And look at this, we have what? Wait a second. No, I think there is some mistake. I don't think that this happened. I think there was some rook trade. So we had this equal position and king trade, and yeah, at some moment there was some. I think there was some trade on c8. I think this is what around the position which looks right now. By the way, we see on the video there is already two kings standing on e5 and e4, so it's a draw. So I guess it's time for us to move on to the third board, which is Alexander Motilov against Amin Tavatabey. But very interesting that sometimes when the players, after the game, when they agreed to a draw, I think there was some threefold repetition, because one more time, the draw offer is not possible. before the move 30 in this tournament. So there is a rule here. You have to either have a 3-fold repetition, or you have just to get over to 30th move, and then at some moment you can offer a draw. But very funny that at some moment when players agree to a draw, and you know they're trying to analyze. They're trying to analyze the game, and they're just playing all these crazy moves, and they didn't fix the draw. So that's why all what we're getting in the broadcast, all what we're getting on the board is what you have just seen. So some mistakes. But look at this, Alexander Motilov against Amin Tabatabai. I see that there is some kingside attack which is trying to get into for Alexander. We look knight h2 has been played as the last move. Again, position is equal. There is slight minimal advantage as computer is claiming. It means nothing. It's just minimal advantage, which usually computer gives white in such positions. Why in such position? Because look at this, there is pawn on e5, pawn on d4, and pawn on h5. There is a big space advantage. So this 0.3 is just a space advantage for whites, and that's why computer says, okay, here are 3/10 of a point for you. So this is what we have right now in the position. Knight h2 was played. What is an idea of knight h2? It could be to bring either the knight to g4 or even the queen. With queen coming to g4, there could be already a threat of pinning the king, and bishop h6. Taking on h6 would be enormous threat in the position as well. So this is something what black has to take into account, has to calculate all of it. So that's why in this moment, Amin Tabatabai is taking time. And one more time, we have the player with black pieces who is the so-called we can say with white we have some kind of underdog, if I can call Alexander Motilov, with 2600 like this. But Amin Tabatabai has around 80 point, almost 80 point advantage over Alexander Motilov in rating. So definitely he is the one who is a favorite in this match. But we see Alexander Motilov is the one who is pushing. To the human eye, Alexander is the one who is having more opportunities against the king. While I don't really see what Amin is doing, although now I can see it. And now that I said I don't see it, there could be idea of pushing b5 and b4. But it's Amin's turn. So what I think he is considering in this case, if he is in time to go for it, because he might be not in time. If he pushes b5, b4, or goes a4 now, there might be a big attack on me. And this is similar positions to when I usually get nervous. When I play over the board, whenever there is attack happening, and I don't think it's only me, there are so many players who are also getting so nervous. Whenever it's about my king, I'm extremely scared what is going to happen. So I'm just trying to calculate all the lines, just calculate it. And I think that's what Amin is doing right now. He's calculating all queen g4 for possibility of taking on h6, putting pressure on the g7 square, and so on and so on. But let's move a bit backwards in the position. So we have here, we were discussing this, I think a3, a6 was played, queen went to d5. This was the position we left. After h6, rook b3 was played by Alexander Motilov, queen a7, and rook went back to d3. It was a silent draw offer, by the way. In this position, look at this. There was a draw offer. Rook b3. So let's count. This was the starting position. 1, so 2. We have second repetition. One second. So it's Amin Tabatabai who didn't repeat. So in this position, if queen comes to b6, this would be third time repetition of the same position. And it's Amin Tabatabai who goes ambitious and plays a5. Wow. Okay, 1 second. I just want to see one more time. So this is the starting position we have. Rook b3, queen a7, coming back, second time repeated position. And one more time, if here queen b6 is played, it would finish in a draw. 𝐸𝐸 plays a5. This is very inspiring to see, by the way, because although, look at this, evaluation bar shifts up slightly. It's saying it's slightly better for white in this position, plus 0.5 around. He's still going for it. He's still risking it. But one more time, Alexander has to find the best move, which I mean, he did. One of the best moves was knight h2. So knight h2 was a good move. But apparently here there were moves like g4 already and bishop e3. So these moves were, sorry, not g5 but g4. So these moves were definitely possible also in this position. But he went knight h2, and this is the current position. And I'm just trying to wonder if 𝐸𝐸 is he thinking, why didn't I accept that draw offer? Because now there can be a danger on the king side. There are not many pieces which are defending. The only piece which is there is bishop on e7 and rook on f8. Meanwhile, all the other pieces, they are gone. They are on the queen side, and not even clear what is happening there. I'm really worried here for the black's king, but looking at the evaluation bar, it says everything is under control. So since everything is under control, we can trust our computer friend. But what could be a move in this position? Because I see a threat: queen g4, or I mean g4, g5, or knight g4, or rook g3, bringing it. Of course, it's oh, by the way, look at this. There is a pawn hanging on d4. But of course, it's just a trick. This is, you cannot take this pawn, because if you take it after bishop e3, suddenly your knight is gone. You cannot move it away, and the queen is on a7. So yeah, this is something what you cannot do. So for that reason, removing the knight is also in a way sacrificing a pawn, but black will never take it. Very interesting position, very sharp. Looking forward for more action from this one. And again, while the players are taking time, let's take a look at the board number 4, because it's where Narayanan was so much better against Sam Shankland. So let's move on to the board number 4. We see there is still this advantage. We were discussing about it earlier. The position changed. There's queen on g4. I don't see the knights got traded. I think the only thing which happened, which changed, is a trade of the knight, although with knight g4, this was the last time we've seen the position, knight g4, offering the knight trade, knight g4, queen g4. It is very logical. It is very logical from black, because knight is the only piece, light piece, on the king side, which is defending the king. And this knight on f6, well, let's be fair, it's not really attacking. So trading, it makes a lot of sense. So knight takes on g4, queen takes. And yeah, here we have it. Rook e1, rook e8 was played in the position, offering a trade. And again, it would be so nice in this position. Let me just make 1 second. I just want to make one silent move. 1 second. This, and this. Imagine how better it would have been if the rook is on a1. You just develop the bishop. You just develop bishop g4, bishop f4, bishop g5, whatever you want, and you have the rook defended. But no, unfortunately, the rook is on a4. And this interesting move earlier in the game, this rook a4, trying to bring the rook, trying to target the pawn on b4, now is the reason why Sam Shankland is suffering in this game. After rook e3, I mean, it's the only move she has to play, queen f6 was played. Apparently, there was a better move in the position. As we can see, evaluation bar went a little bit higher, but queen f6 looks very logical. I mean, evaluation bar said that there was some better option, better placement of the queen, but I don't really see why queen f6 should be so much worse, because even if you place queen to c7, although it's targeting the pawn on h2, the queen on f6, sorry, the queen on f6 is so much closer to the king, and there are also many other ideas. So bringing the other rook from the a8 to the game. So queen f6 makes a lot of sense. By the way, look at this. I just want to come back. Sam Shankland doesn't spend too much time. Just look at the clock situation. 1 hour 12. Only 1 second. Why at this moment, for some reason, because Sam Shankland is taking time now. So only now Sam Shankland is taking time. And earlier we see Narayanan is the one who was below on the clock with almost 40 minutes. And this is the position what we have right now. Queen f6 is on the board. Sam Shankland is taking time. Look at his body language. It looks like he understands that he might be in trouble. The ideas which I'm thinking about, of course, one tricky idea is that if you place the queen to h6, there will be a big problem with the bishop, because then after rook takes, then it's going to be a queen down. So let me just play one move. Let me go rook a1, my favorite move. So now queen h6 looks like targeting the pawn on h2, but here suddenly rook e8, it's a check, and it's a double attack targeting the queen. This is not something what players want to go to, but definitely something to watch out for. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to say one thing. I played rook a1. Evaluation bar shifts, but for some reason it says it's the only move which white has in this position to still keep this this evaluation. Of course, there are also other moves as well for white. I think right now what Sam Shankland is trying to figure out is how to activate the rook from a4. We were discussing there are ideas of c3, trying to target the pawn chain on c5 and b4. Let's see what happens, because I think the c3 is an active move. It's an active approach in the position. It's targeting the pawn on b4. But on the other hand, now that I look at it, the pawn on b4 is defended. It's not a really big threat in the position. I don't think that black even have to... What? Apparently, what is going on? Computers... Wait a second. There was a... Sorry. There was a... First, computer was saying it's -1. Now it suddenly goes all the way down because of bishop f4. Of course, because the bishop is hanging on c1. Rook e8 has to be played. Oh, and there is a checkmate threat. Look at this. Oh my god. What is going on? Oh my god. Oh. So you have to be really careful in the position. So bishop f4 is a huge threat right now. And this is, I think, what right now Sam Shankland sees in the position, and he has to try to avoid this. And for that reason, I think that's why rook a1 is a good move. First, you're bringing your rook back. Also, you control the first rank, and no longer there is this bishop f4. I think this is something what Sam Shankland is trying to go for. And I see, by the way, rook a1 is on the board. Yeah, rook is on a1. Rook is on the board. So Sam Shankland is trying to stay in the game in this one, while Narayan is pushing. A really exciting matchup to follow. And one more time, I just want to highlight that these players have faced each other, but it was a few years back. It was in the Olympiad in 2022, which was taking place in the Chennai. They played against each other, and it was, by the way, Shankland who won 1-0 in the Nimzo with queen c2. But as we see, today is completely different opening, different game, and probably different result. Let's give the players time to think at this one. And I think we're going to go now to the game number 5, to the board number 5, the players of Jacobson against Teodoro, to see what is new. And by the way, I don't think anything new happened. Nothing new in this game. 94 was the last move we left. And look at this, half an hour, or not half an hour, 25 minutes passed. And Jacobson is still taking time. He is still trying to figure out how to face this c6 threat. We were discussing it. It's very, very annoying. The c6 trying first of all to kick the knight out of d5 square, then building this very nice fence against the bishop on g2. So it's definitely something what black wants to do. And for that reason, we see that Jakobson is not ready. Although now he is ready. Look at his hand. He's reaching out for the move. We might see a move. And I think I would suggest to stay in this game for a while now, not to go anywhere, because we might see a move very, very soon. I think that, yeah, we see a move. We see a move which was played on the board. It's queen. No, I'm sorry. 1 second. There was a queen move because there is no piece on d1. No, sorry, there was a bishop. Okay, I'm just interested. What did... he played bishop a5. Now I see it. Now I see it. Bishop all the way to a... And this is what we were talking about in the position. By the way, we were discussing it. We were discussing bishop before, targeting the rook on f8. This is something what we were talking about. But then we saw that after rook e8 or rook f7, there is no longer knight e7. So there is no this problem for black. And for that reason, this bishop a5, look at this. We were talking about the ways how to stop c6, how to stop this idea. And here we have it. Here we have bishop a5 is physically stopping the idea of c6, because now c6 cannot be pushed because of the problem on d8. So the queen was a huge issue, so you cannot push the pawn. But if you cannot push the pawn, what can you do here as black? Because c6 is something what you want to play. Maybe you just have to remove the queen, but then one more time, the pawn on c7 is hanging. You have to defend the pawn and include the idea of pushing it to c6. And I'm just wondering if the knight came from c6. Yeah, the knight came from... So my idea was, by the way, my idea was bishop a5, knight e6, and bishop d2. Is it, is it possible? such a draw for... Oops, I'm sorry, the game jumped. Wait a second, we have already moves incoming. So bishop e5 was played, now rook f7 and queen d2. This is the current position. So rook f7 defended the pawn on c7, and then queen d2 was played. So now again, c6 is not a problem, and yeah. We're just having this position with the big question for black: will c6 come or not? And I think it's also a great moment for us to take a short break, because soon our games are going to dive into the phase which we are most excited about, which is time trouble phase. It's going to be very, very soon, because we see some of the players are reaching the 30 and 20 minutes mark. Thank you everybody for watching the coverage, and we're going to break in just a couple of moments. Before that, just let's see. So the final move. Okay, wait for Welcome back to Fujairah Global Chess Championship. Here is the round number 1, and I have a special guest here with me in the studio, 𝐤𝐤𝐤, who is your head of media team, right, here at Fujairah. First, I want to ask you, how is it for you here? How is the first day going?
This is amazing. Actually, I came here last year when this building was under construction. And when I came here yesterday, came back here, wow, what an amazing club they developed here. And I think I'm 100% sure players are also enjoying so much because the facilities are really, really nice. And good to see. I mean, like ultimately this chess club belong to this kind of championship.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm very happy, and also I think already so many amazing games are happening in Superstars, because I was checking the pairing, and there is not so much difference in top seed and last seed. There is not so much difference. It means anything can happen any day. So.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were discussing, because usually if you have some open tournament, let's say top grandmaster, like something like 2600, let's say, he will face 2200. That's a huge difference. But here we have players 50, 60 or 70 rating points, which is absolutely not much. And we see already a lot of interesting outcomes in the opening.
Look here, for example, board number 1. Pranav is 2600 plus already in live rating, and he's facing Nihal. Means not so much difference is there, and position is looking very promising for Pranav right now.
And one of the most interesting thing I think in this matchup here is that both of them played against each other 1 week ago or 1.5 weeks ago in the Chennai Grandmasters with reversed colors. Nihal Sarin won.
Yes.
And I think today we can see that Pranav is seeking for a revenge after that, looking at the position.
Yes. But I think it's still a lot of games left.
Of course. So what we've seen last in this position, I believe it was around here. This knight b6 was played. I think it's not out of good life was this move played, because usually I think black should try to do something on the queen side. But here knight b6 provoking this a5.
Yes.
And knight goes back. So yeah, position, of course, computer loves this position because it's a huge space advantage.
Yes.
But as you were mentioning, it's probably not over.
Yeah, because the position sometimes is very risky for white. It's also if you like one wrong pawn break or something, and suddenly black. The most important thing that I'm looking is how Nihal is going to exchange some pieces in this position. What do you think? He is able to do some break from somewhere in this position?
Yeah, the big problem is you see there are 2 pawns and they're facing 2 pawns. So I was told that if there are like some kind of breaks happening, you can always close.
Fully close.
This is the big problem. But I mean, f6 is one of the breaks, but you're opening up your king. Yeah?
And also you have to take care of this e6 pawn. I think
exactly. It's very tough to find a way to break. And for white, I think it's straightforward because knight g5 was played.
Knight g5, h4, yeah, h5.
Rook e8.
He played rook e8. So he's just, I think, adjusting some minor pieces maybe there, yeah, and then preparing for f6.
Actually, he played knight f8. Queen of e1 was played now with this threat of, and now knight f8. Very nice defending h7, and maybe this f6 is a preparation also. But of course, this is still you have to.
But it's like you are in the position, like you have to do something. You cannot sit passively and do nothing. So you have to do something, and I think Pranav must be looking those chances.
Yeah, and that's why we love these players. I mean, both of them, and Pranav and Nihal, I mean, both of them are super strong. Again, rating difference is, at this level, I don't think it matters much. It matters probably more, how did they sleep last night, what did they have for breakfast? And bishop c8.
I think this is very clear. He is looking for f6 now because he's protecting this e6 pawn back to back, and he's thinking like, okay.
Yeah, he has to do it. There is no other break.
And what do you think about like just for idea, like maybe black can try to play f5 directly to force or something like white? What do you think?
I think it's a very decent idea because after f5 you have to take instantly.
Instantly, yes.
Other than that, then you will not be able to take, and then there will be no attack. So it's a really nice idea. Yeah, the f5 might be already an idea next move.
Yes, let's see.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if computer shows this type of position, like okay, better for white, but computer is calculating his moves. Humans is not going to play accurate.
Of course.
So let's see.
Yeah, and this it's clearly better, plus 0.8 in this point. What computer is saying is definitely it can all turn around. And look at the clock. We have half an hour for each players.
Okay.
We are heading
What is
into
the time control? I didn't look at it.
90 minutes and 30 seconds from move one. So no 30 minutes.
No second time control. Okay. So this is like, okay, straight game.
Yeah.
And this kind of position sometimes, okay, it's like, okay, white think I'm better. I have to do something now because my opponent will come back. And this is the pressure situation for Pranav also.
Yeah, this definitely can backfire. We have also other games ongoing right now. Second game finished in a draw some time ago, but we go to the vote number 3, where we have a very huge position.
Wow.
During the break, I was looking at this, I was completely shocked. Alexander Matulov against Amin Tabatabai. And talking also about the next board, I mean, we have somehow all, so to say, underdogs. We cannot say they're underdogs.
SL is also, I was watching his game against Shen. He was doing well, I think.
Also, exactly. So we see on the top board, somehow all the players with a lower rating, they're pushing forward. And here in this game, I want to scroll a bit backwards to the moment where there was a moment where the game could have finished. Here, this position happened, rook d3, rook b3 attacking the queen, queen a7, there was a repetition. And this would be a threefold repetition if queen b6 was played, but Amin Tabatabai,
he's the fighter.
Yeah, he's the fighter, definitely. He goes a5, he's not accepting it. And now knight h2, and suddenly you look at all these ideas.
You know, I think this all lot which came from Iran, once time Alireza Firoza, I think they were working under Sokolov. These all players, they are all fighters. Like
we have Parham,
Alireza. Well, okay, Alireza now is playing for France, but they came together.
Origins.
Yeah, and then Amin, they really are fighter on the board.
Yeah, definitely, and they truly are,
and that's why you can say they fluctuate their rating a lot. but if you see the game wise, as an audience wise, people like to watch this game because they know, okay, something will happen here. This game is not going to draw so fast.
Definitely, nice. And I like that he didn't agree for a draw, but now he might be in trouble. Queen a6, so targeting the rook. Bishop f4. This is, I think, the moment where we missed already. Here we were not back. So he's trying probably to prepare something. Okay, he's just defending the rook. There is not really much more secrecy. And a4. So Amin tries something on the queen side. That
maybe sometimes knight will move to a5.
Absolutely. And sometimes there can be a target of b2 and a3. But I think the biggest problem is king is the bigger target than those.
Yeah, maybe rook g3 some moment.
Rook g3, yes, rook g3 would have been a move. Yeah, with a bishop h6 idea, but he played knight g4.
Maybe now he will bring at in certain moment rook g3.
Now rook g3 is a huge threat, and I think this is the moment where a big blunder happened. Rook f to d8, allowing rook coming to g3, because now knight h6 would be a big threat.
And I think also bishop into f6 was working or something. Bishop f6, h6.
Okay, let's look at this line. If it's working, this is amazing. Takes, and then king has to go. If king goes to h7, I think
because white, all the pieces are coming so fast, and black, all the pieces are almost disconnected.
Yeah, and only bishop is the only piece which is trying to defend the king. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to move the king. I mean, if king goes to h8, h7, I think it's almost game over. Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is the blundering. But here.
No, even knight f7 is coming.
Knight f7, queen g4. I mean,
even for example, knight f7.
Let's look at this.
Knight f7, rook g8, maybe, but queen. Oh. What a dangerous
queen
move.
b1 with the rook coming to
this is not a human move normally in calculation.
Yes, I mean, you want to bring the queen closer to the king.
You think like, okay, queen f3 or something, but
queen b1, so sneaky. Rook coming to g3, crazy.
You know, so for viewers, when Indian he calculates these kind of moves, and human miss this kind of moves. And that's why you say, okay, don't believe in Indian all the time, because anything might be changed. Because this kind of moves, okay, maybe Magnus sometimes say, Kokes can say, but not everyone is able to see. And also you need to be in top form. And in the same time, player also avoid sometimes over calculation or go so deep that you can messed it up or something. Wow, but look, okay, for learning wise, this is amazing.
Yeah, this is definitely true because also many players rely on intuition. And when you rely on intuition, okay, you don't immediately see these moves, at least not in the sequence of the moves. Like you don't see it, let's say here, yeah, this moment. You maybe don't see this.
For me, for example, all the time I was thinking like queen will come to f3 or g4 something. I was looking there only. No idea about queen will come to b1. Yeah.
And look at the time situation. Motilov has almost 20 minutes. I mean, he's down on 20 minutes on the clock right now. Tabatabai has 42 minutes. He's probably even not aware. And he's not even at the board, by the way. Look at this. He just left. And
what do you think, Angelica, like about time, for example? Which time control you prefer? Like one time control, simple, 30 seconds are there? Or do you think this second time control put more pressures on play to complete 40 moves and that will affect sometimes the quality of the moves?
I do prefer the extra 30 minutes. It's good always to know, you have extra time after that. But I understand that this 90 minutes is also very important for players because with this time control, you improve better because you have just this time and there is maybe you will not reach 40th move,
Yeah. No, this is the point. Sometimes what happens is, for example, this Alexander, he knows he's 18 minutes, but he knows his position is good. He don't need to complete the game. Don't need to complete the 14 moves fast. He can maintain the standard of the moves, and maybe can go or more time travel, maybe 5 minutes only or 2 minutes in the clock, but keep the standard, keep the moves standard, everything same. But in the same time, if for example, if there is second time control, he must be in pressure. I have to complete the 14 moves, so that way I will lose on time. So I think sometimes earlier I was thinking, okay, when I'm playing,
yes,
I'm thinking, okay, extra 30 minutes will be better. But here I'm thinking sometimes this also works better for quality of the games.
Yeah, I think psychologically you are completely right. And look also at this, I think Alexander is looking even towards the bishop h6 direction. I think he sees it. And I just want to check. Previous move, he had the same time as Amin, 45 minutes. Now, he has twice less time, even lower. I mean, he's.
What do you think? So he will play bishop into h6. If he will play bishop into h6, this is going to be crazy game for today. Board number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bishop h6. I'm so rooting for this move. I hope so.
And Amin is, you are calling, okay, one of the favorite for this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and Motilov is, of course, he's a very strong player, but as we compare the age and we compare how Amin Tabatabai is improving rapidly. I mean, of course, Motilov is more now into coaching. I mean, he's still playing, but he's already a player who retired from such active chess.
He's saying, okay, this is my date for today to show my students how to play.
And he even offered a draw. There was a silent draw offer, yeah? So this the repetition. But yeah, definitely, Motilov is taking time. What do you think?
Can we check just once this Narayan game?
Yes, let's go there and maybe then we jump back to the game of the Motilov. So
yeah,
now
I think this is the subset more interesting game. We will come back here.
Yeah, board number 4. Let's go now to the game of Shankland against Narayan.
Yeah, this
what
is I was thinking.
Going on?
Because look at the both black bishops. They are doing better than white bishops.
Definitely. I mean, this is a bishop pair, which is.
And also something is happening queen side here in this this diagonal a1 h8.
Mm-hmm.
There is something happening here.
So there is a trouble on c3.
And look at this e5 bishop. Usually you can't put your bishop here like this in center of the board.
And it's just working both sides.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. I think just maybe to go back a bit, just to see where the game all went down for the US Grandmaster. I think it was this moment where the take on d5 happened. Yeah, he pushed e5 very quickly. He found this idea. It was very nice because the pawn was under attack. And here, after take, he spent only 1 minute on this knight takes c4, which was already a slight inaccuracy. I mean, it was not such a big mistake, but here Narayan found this bishop d6, and suddenly knight cannot jump backwards.
I will tell something about Narayan. He just lost almost 100 points in 1 year. He was almost close to, I think 2698 was his best rating in 1 year back only. And he lost so much rating, but I think you can clearly say his standard is there. So you should not, means nobody should count him like, okay, 2600. He was very close to 2700.
This is what you were mentioning about Amin Tabatabai and also all these Iranian players.
No, but there is something. Amin Tabatabai and Parham have a different style of play. And SLRN is little kind of solid, okay, universal player, but more kind of solid. So for me, surprised he lost 100 rating. For me, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway.
He's more solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so knight g4, he went for this, so this was already a big mistake because after the trade, suddenly there is not a piece which is defending the king side. There are these problems on the g2, h2, and here after rook e8, like after a couple of moves, suddenly this rook, which it went there, it was looking very nicely, you know, it was looking, I mean, nice because at some moment there would be c3.
There is no cafeteria there.
Yeah, no. Yes, I mean, definitely no. And rook had to go backwards. Rook was forced because there was already some mate threats at some moment on this file. I mean, you had to do something about it.
I think the coordination between the white pieces became really bad suddenly.
Yeah, and that was the problem here earlier. White had to include the trade of the queens. After queen trade, then 95, then it's a different story. Now it's even if bishop is targeting d6, it's completely fine. I mean, there is no attack, there is no queen. But now,
even some moment you can play knight d3 or something in emergency, you can save the things.
But now with the queens on the board and these bishops, oh, it was
so
very
what is
bad.
the current final position right now?
Yes, let's move here. So rook.
D8.
So I think this was the last move we checked, and this has just been played. Rook a to d8 and bishop d2 is on the board.
And this is also possible that some moment bishop will go, black bishop will go, can go to the c8 and disturb this queen g4, which is like one of the best pieces of white currently.
Yeah, definitely targeting the queen there. And as you were mentioning, the c3.
Something is happening here.
Now is the question, by the way, there could be even ideas of take on d2. By the way, there could be something. Take,
rook
take.
into d2, rook into, yes.
Let's look into this.
Rook
Take,
into,
take, take. I mean, you have to take, right? I mean, there is no other way. Now bishop takes. You win a pawn.
This is the more safer way for black, no?
Yeah, there is an extra
to put
pawn.
some pressure. Just can, yeah.
And here, of course, whichever rook moves, you can take the other one, and that's it.
It's like, okay, safe game. I'm a same color bishop, pawn up, and.
By the way, look at this. How do you defend? Because the problem is if you defend the rook like this, you cannot take it. There is a checkmate. Okay, wait. There is no checkmate, but what is there?
No, if you take.
Rook e4.
Double attack.
Oh, okay. This is very sneaky. What is going on? So yeah, this could be a.
This could be very and also the safe for black.
The same, absolutely the same. So this is the current position. Bishop is on d2. Rook d2, will we see? It's a big question now. But look at the time situation. SL has under 15 minutes in this position.
Yes.
And Shankland is over on the clock. I mean, I think it's also good whenever you have bad position to have better timing.
I think that's why rook d2 is looking more natural for black, because less time and you will enter in the pawn up end game. And I don't think it's so difficult to calculate for SL because rook d2, okay, rook d2, rook d2, pawn c3.
It looks very, very logical.
Yes. And what do you if he play rook d1 or something, for example?
Then you just take, because he cannot take back. So the queen is defending. So you will be just down a piece.
This is actually, this is the most dangerous position.
So I don't even see the move here.
Because the best position here, this computer is suggesting rook d7.
Rook d7.
That is not looking so human move.
Oh, rook d7. Okay, it's on the one hand, yeah, it's not human, but you're also attacking. At the same time, if you take on a1, I mean, there is a checkmate threat. Hello? I mean, okay, again, it's not checkmate threat.
No, but this is the point, like, this is like little...
And we entering the opposite colored bishops?
Okay.
Rook e1, bishop goes back, so not yet checkmate, but of course, bishop on f1 is fast.
And bd4, for example, black will play bd4 and...
Oh, How to defend? Okay, I have to go back. Queen g3, queen f3.
And then this rook can go to a1, no?
Mm,
A moment to capture.
yeah, okay, we have to defend first. Let's say queen f3, rook a1 targeting.
No, but also in the same time c4, c3.
It cannot be taken. Also, pawn is coming forward. I think this is what currently he's calculating. This is what Black is thinking about.
Okay, for me, I will be happy if he take rook into d2.
He didn't take. He took on c3.
And what happened to Amin game?
Okay, let's go back to the board number 3. Let's go. Let's jump there immediately.
Yes.
This happened.
This
High
happened.
five. This is incredible.
He sacrificed.
He went for it.
Yes. So
Okay.
bishop at 6, rook f d8, bishop at 6, g at 6, knight at 6, king f8.
We are looking at king h7, knight f7, okay, king f8, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, there could be some rook g3, queen g4 ideas first that I can see, but also this is under attack, so maybe queen f3 or rook f3.
Yes.
Queen f3 is a checkmate threat, by the way. Yeah, this, I mean, you just
both are working, yes, both are working.
Yeah, you just break your pieces. So let's say maybe queen f3 looks more logical, targeting the pawn. What do you do here as Black? You have to, I mean, if you push the pawn, it will be taken.
He has to run away, king e8.
He has to go, but okay. Oh, wait. What?
What?
Because king is escaping.
Yeah. So I think rook knight f7 is better because then, for example, he need to save his rook. No, he cannot save his rook. Where he will save his rook?
He has to run back with the king.
Yeah, because you will close the king.
Yeah, because he will close the way to run.
No, h6, h7, and
and checkmate. Wow. Yeah, he has to go continue running.
Okay, if Amin save this game, we have to call him so lucky.
Yes, absolutely, I agree.
This position.
So there is a rook for 2 pieces, but I mean, this is too strong.
Even some moment, even g pawn can join also in some moment.
Absolutely.
You can put king g2 because there is no light clear bishop, and you can
course.
put pawn h1 or something. Keep pressing.
Yeah, just push the pawns. Just push the pawns. I mean, this is the current position what we see. And by the way, one more time, the player who is better has lower time. See, Motilov is 30 minutes on the clock right now. So
I believe now this more that this time control is also good for players because for someone who's doing better, if you winning, you say okay, just keep improving the position and then I will see what to do.
Yeah, I also think it's amazing for spectators, right? Like what a show we're watching here. And okay, maybe just quickly to look at the fifth board, what is going on there, because we haven't checked. Maybe just very briefly, because we have also board number 1, which is super exciting. Let's move on to board number 5 of Jacobson against Teodoro. Not much has changed, only the pawn push. We were looking at around this moment, yeah. So the point was here that knight d4 was played with the idea of c6, kicking out the knight, and then pushing, I mean, starting to push something. And of course, it was not really so easy, but there is a huge space advantage for Black. Again, advantage is not big, but still a problem. And here, White found this bishop a5, very interesting, putting pressure on c7, rook f7, and now queen d2. So he's bringing the other rook into the game to the f1. Knight e6, now also defending the pawn.
Yeah, white piece development is much better than Black.
Definitely.
And that's why even he don't have much control in the center and king space, but even white is looking nice till here.
Absolutely. And I think what Black wants is to push the c6, to kick this knight away.
Back. Yes, yes.
Yes, but of course there is still no success, and the bishop on c8 is blocking also the rook. So rook a1, so it's trying to get some control on the f file, queen e8. Yeah. And now e4 was pushed. Okay, this we already didn't see. Yeah, interesting. So putting pressure on f5.
Then he played c6.
Yes.
Knight
trade. Because of course there was knight intermezzo attack. Knight c3, d6. Okay, yeah, not really huge development. We still have these 2 pawns. I don't know, are there strengths, are there weakness, like is there hanging pawns? It's tough to say. I mean, they can be pushed at some moment, but...
Yeah, also white also his pieces also came back now. So now bishop and knight both already
Yeah.
not in that best position. So he need to also find out that how this bishop will come back to this game and how this knight will activate
Because
again.
knight is completely cut out.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
cannot jump anywhere. And yeah, black looks probably slightly better to what we've seen before. But for now, for the moment, Nicolas taking time. We have more exciting games, so I suggest we go to the board number 1. What do you think? To check
Yes,
one more
check
time what's
board.
happening. Pranav against Nihal,
Nihal.
a huge matchup on the board number 1. One more time, rematch. What is going on? He broke with f6. We were talking about it.
Because it's like how much passive you will play.
Of
You
course.
have to do something in one moment, and he did it.
Yeah,
So
we
where he
left
did it,
here.
bishop c8.
Bishop c8 goes back, b4, knight f3, rook b8. So he was preparing, and suddenly he got your idea. Nicolas, you said it. f5. You have to play f5 because this is the only moment where white can take.
Yes, I think this is the position like natural.
Of course, and of course white had to take.
Yes, bishop f6.
And after knight e5, bishop h4. Okay, computer doesn't like it, but to me it is a big improvement to what we've seen before. It's
Now black pieces are playing better than
Of
earlier.
course. Okay, this is still a big issue, right? Because bishop cannot get out. I mean, this bishop is very sad on c8. But still, this one is playing. Now there is a question to a queen where to move it. Of course, knight.
Look, I want to show you something. For example, if you put queen d1, and engine will say, okay, now position is little balanced, and you put the queen on c1.
So instead of queen e1,
queen c1 is saying still white is better. Now the small things are there. Like for example, for more better control on the dark square, somehow he loses control, but somehow he's ready in some moment. I think.
Right.
Yes, so this is small things will change this game. It's not so easy still for white.
Definitely, I mean it's not, and both players have exactly same time on the clock. And queen c1, by the way, was played, so he is in control still.
Control.
He is control of the dark squares, but of course, as you were mentioning, I mean to the probably mortal eyes like us, it's like
Okay, just put near to center queen
exactly.
d1,
But yeah, queen c1 was very nicely played. But for a moment, I mean, as we were seeing, there has been change. The pawns are forward on c4 and b4 square. There might be something.
And what do you think about in any moment, because this knight is hanging, you need to decide. Either you need to provide support to that knight from bd7 or something, or either you have to queen c7, or either you have to take knight into e5. But if you take knight into e5, then e6 will be like, okay, cover also a little bit, but it's also, your bishop is really bad.
Yeah, definitely.
Is in jail, fully jail, Fujairah jail.
Yeah. And also, even if you try to escape, prison break, you're still not getting it because the pawn is on
The only
g5.
way is you can play bd7, bishop b5, and waiting for some moment there something will happen. But
or you have to push this and then slowly trying to get somewhere. But of course, it's a long way.
Yeah.
But you're mentioning right now is a probably critical moment. Now, critical moment for Nihal to understand, will he defend the knight or will he take on e5? I think while he's about to reach, he's reaching for a move, but now he's unsure. For some reason, he's holding back. Now this is the moment. I think this is for all chess players, no matter the rating. I mean, decision. This is the toughest one.
Yes.
I mean, to decide on the move, because you have few moves in your head and you have to decide. I think for me, sometimes I can think for like half an hour and then I think, okay, I could have played this move in like 5 minutes. Why did I think so much? I don't know how it's for you when you decide on the moves.
Yeah, okay. No, these days whenever usually I don't play much, but whenever I play, I already decided I'm not going to think so much.
Yeah.
Just I will believe in my intuition, calculate a little bit and play it. Don't think so much, because if I'm thinking so much, then I will always low on time. I played one Blitz tournament a few days back, and I lost 3 games on time. And my opponent said, time over, it's okay.
Oh, thank you very much.
So for me, it's like, okay, rapid and classical, whenever I play, I think, okay, don't calculate so much. You are not doing practice. You're not working hard in these things, so don't try this. Just play intuition, keep balance. Okay, if opponent beat, accept it. You are not practicing.
Absolutely, yeah.
He played bishop d7.
Absolutely, yes. As you mentioned, he defended the knight. While Pranav is taking time in this position. I suggest we go to the board number 3 because
Yes,
this
I
is
think.
where excitement continues. Alexander Motilov against Amin Tabatabaei. He
Instead of
found one of the best moves.
yes. You know, I think why they are saying this is the best move, because when queen go to f3, rook, suddenly you stop the rook. Okay.
And also it's under
yes,
attack.
it's under attack. And when you put the rook on f3, now you can take your queen via even b1 to enter in the game.
Oh, this is our plan.
Yeah. So this is very good thing to learn for viewers also, that anything is like how to improve your pieces, which pieces you need to put in the correct place.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, maybe. Yeah. So here is looking at.
I think we
his
should
right now.
keep it
Yeah.
stay here in this board, and because I think I feel Alexander is going to score victory, because rook f3 I like more than queen f3.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And here, king e8 was immediately played. So we were discussing king has to try to run for life on d8.
And also now knight f7, and you have to give your rook. So white compensation, like risk factor is also going down. Okay, now you already take if one rook. For example, you play
Absolutely.
king d7, natural move.
King
Now
d7.
knight d8, rook d8.
Yeah, so now it's Motilov's time, and he is had only 6 minutes on the clock. Again, 38 minutes for
I think
Amin.
this is critical only.
He takes on d8, as you're mentioning, very logical. Now we have rook and how many? 3 pawns against 2 pieces. I mean, this is a huge advantage for
And you know what computer one move is suggesting is blowing my mind. It's saying play b4.
What?
Yes, because if you capture, the b file will open and rook will join there.
And king will have nowhere to run. You cannot run to the king
Yes,
side.
yes.
You cannot.
Oh. And go back and now, for example, here if you play b4, if he don't capture, for example, and he will continue king c8.
Then you go
And
b5 maybe.
no, b5 and just play at 6 now. What?
Just go forward. Just go for a pawn.
The good thing is now the c6 knight is tied down. He cannot come back to the game easily, and because of this b4, you control the a5 square.
No squares for the knight. Not at all.
Hey, this is very interesting b4 move.
Yeah, definitely it is. I mean, if Motilov plays, it would be really exciting. So this is a current position. 5 minutes only for Motilov here, which we try to find.
Definitely, Indian best choice are different. He's saying rook e3, rook d3, but for me, b4 is looking very interesting.
Yes, definitely. I mean, yeah. Also, what you want to try to do, you want to push the pawn,
Yes.
right? This is something what you try to figure out how to do it the fastest.
But yes, but I think if you play at 6 direct here, also it's
Maybe a
not
rook
so easy.
h8.
I mean, main challenge is to bring back this queen into this game, because his queen is doing nothing,
Totally, I agree.
and a lone rook is not able to stop that pawn. King already weak. Oh, it's very difficult to say.
If you go like this.
Yeah, it will
this,
take time. It will take time. The
A
queen
lot of
A,
time.
yeah. And also you need to remember your king is. It means if you leave the queen side, suddenly white will capture queen a4 and come back. So this is very tricky position. Means this queen on d1 is one of the best piece in white position. Okay, because lot of potential is there, and queen on a6 is doing okay, just very basic. Okay.
And look at the body language of Amin Tabatabaei. I think he's now beating his nails, biting his nails, like, trying to get back to that, draw moment with threefold repetition, just repeat it and just go home. But yeah, now he's in complete. And do you see any way this game can still be, that Amin can bail out in this one? Or do you see it straightforward?
If you see very clearly, find out the weakness in white camp. It's very difficult. So I think only blunder can save Amin. Means if Alexander blunder in time pressure, some really bad move. Because I don't see white have lot of plans. B4, N6.
Your move has just been played. I see it on the board. We will get it now, but you see it
Whoa.
now. B4 was played. Amazing.
Okay.
What a move! And he found it. Of course, it makes a lot of sense now that you see it. But sometimes you don't see such moves.
And also, this kind of moves will, Amin will take a lot of time now. I think so. He's not going to play fast here because this is not normal move. If you capture, you will be in trouble. If you don't capture,
you are in trouble.
You are in trouble. So this is not easy to find. This will give little extra time to Alexander to think in your opponent. If you don't have much time in clock, play some moves which will take opponent extra time, and then you can use that time.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Amin has a lot of time. Most likely he's spending it. So I suggest we go to the board number 4.
Yes.
Sam Shankland against Salmerian, because that's where the time pressure is also hitting for black.
Hey, what
and
happened?
Look at this.
He didn't take rook d2. No. What he played?
He took on c3. That's what you last saw.
Okay. C3.
Take. So he just took.
Okay.
So he took a pawn with the idea. So there are
same color bishop.
Same color bishop, exactly.
So maybe more exchanges will come. Rook e2 also in some moment. Rook e2, queen e2.
So probably his idea was not to go into this opposite color endgame, just not to give some ideas, which looks also logical. But the position which we saw, I just want to return maybe one more time.
But also it's not easy because a5 pawn is also falling, no?
But I think you have to be also careful about some
Yes,
queen d7.
Yes. So first you have to take rook e2, I think.
Yes, rook
e2, queen e2.
Queen takes. Yeah, because bishop.
No, but it's still okay. But now, what about queen a5 now? What is the problem? Queen e7 is coming. Queen e7 with
queen
f7
is the same idea.
Yes.
And here also one more maybe thing that the bishop takes, then now this is a different story because now there is no queen d7. Now queen can take, and then there are 2 extra pawns. So this is completely different. And now after rook e2, queen e2. So here you cannot take here, but what can you do? You have to somehow restructure your position. But how to do it? Because somehow, I mean, king of 8, can you play it to stop this idea? But then maybe.
But it's really. I think maybe he will go back to queen f6 something. What? Another idea I was thinking about bishop c8, bishop e6 in many movement you were able to do something. No, not now. Not now.
But generally.
Generally.
Okay.
It's possible.
Of course. But by the way, the pawn on a6 is hanging. So if bishop takes, if you take, then there is going to be another pawn for white. So I think you have to take now on a5 because queen e7 is not a threat any longer.
Yes.
And now if bishop's getting trade, this is an extra pawn. And there is a rook and the queen endgame with an extra pawn for black.
This is nice for
it
means in this time trouble. He will love to play this position.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because you have to less calculate. This is something position which you played already so much.
Yeah. So this is the current position which he has. He has 5 minutes on the clock. I suggest maybe to stay here a little bit because he will play a move very, very soon.
Yes. And I think you can say now this is the critical moment in this game currently.
Will he trade the rooks? Will he go for this endgame?
Yes.
And we see he's reaching out, but of course he's still in deciding. While I mean, for Sam Shankland, of course, if he will be able to save this one, I mean, it's going to be a huge success. I'm looking at the position which was before, huge attack. And this is definitely.
And definitely SL will be disappointed. This even ended in a draw because you always want to start your first round well, and especially in this kind of tournament, yes.
Of course, we have all the superstars here.
So look, even in top 5 boards, there is possible that 2-3 results can come. Okay, currently, one draw already happened, but in remaining 4 games, board 1 can produce results, board 3 can produce results.
Board 4 also possible. I mean,
there
is a pressure.
Yeah, board 4 is also possible that they can produce results.
So we might see all the, in a way, upsets, if we can call them in that
upsets,
way.
Yes.
Upsets.
Bishop
c6.
What is the I?
So one question is, the a6 is hanging. What is happening after bishop a6? I'm just wondering.
Maybe he want to just take queen a to a5.
Remember we were talking about this idea, rook takes queen d7.
So I think his idea is bishop b5 or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because then there is not going to be queen d7 any longer. So now let's say if rook takes, now rook takes.
I like this move, bishop c6.
Now if bishop takes, and you somehow always transpose to this endgame, and then you try to trade this bishop off. I think we're going to see this endgame. Queen and the rook against queen and the rook.
Yes. I think this coming moves are going to very. Can we switch to Amin game again?
Let's go back to the board number 3.
Board number 3.
Amin Tabatabai against Alexander Motinov.
Now this is like what happened after that?
This
b4. He
so
played queen
b4.
c4. Yeah, he didn't capture.
Yeah, of course. Again, you were mentioning two troubles. Yeah, it was so tough to choose between those two.
Because somehow with b4 you close that queen more, and now look at f4. It's very good move. You can switch this rook sometimes.
Yes.
And
first you defend the pawn. That's of course important. Knight is doing nothing. It's just very bad piece.
Also the good thing is queen can come to g4 in any moment now. Yeah.
Definitely, and putting pressure also on e6.
So
King will be pinned. And h6. I mean h5 pawn is coming forward.
I think Alexander played a really nice game.
Yes. Yeah, incredible game definitely for him. Also considering all this, he was happy with the draw. Obviously, he offered this triple repetition. Then suddenly the opponent didn't agree. He get the chance and he went for it. Bishop h6, what a move, which he found. Now rook e8.
What I'm saying is, White is not going to touch his pawn, neither A, neither B, neither C, D, neither E. He's very clear plan to play king side with that pawn. Bring your queen. You don't have any knight. You don't have any bishop. It's very easy play for White.
It's very clear, absolutely.
Just keep your everything in support and just.
And yeah, also we're like talking about this rook against knight and the bishop. Usually rooks are better when there are open files, and these rooks are working perfectly. And also this rook, it feels like it's doing nothing, but it's also defending this pawn. You know, there is no knight e5.
And look at that knight and queen.
Yeah, they're really just very bad. Bishop is the only piece which is in some way defending
a rook also, but it's like I'm alone. Please come to help me. What about queen g4, queen g7?
It's just like a position which is cut in two parts. Yeah, queen g4.
And then some moment queen g7, even, no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. And then push pawn.
Just push pawn. Make another queen.
One more queen. Then there was your idea also from earlier at some moment g3 or g4, and then just. By the way, g3 I think it was played.
Okay.
Yeah, g3. So he probably goes for one of this variation, and also he defends the rook. So this knight e5 idea is not possible anymore. So this rook h1, and then just push a pawn. Incredible, right?
Okay, but let's think about from black point of view, what you can do. For example, if we can improve this queen or knight in some way, it's possible. I think moving knight will be very risky.
Yeah.
Because of queen a4, so you cannot move your knight. It's not possible. Queen.
So how can you improve? Because look at this, somehow earlier I think it was +2 or something, and now it's only +1.
And look here, for example, here Indian is suggesting move queen b3. But human point of view, means if there is only one hope, you can do something, but
you have to calculate everything.
But this is also losing it.
Yeah, I don't see how it evolving.
Mean this is like, okay, black will have more relax. Okay, you say, okay, now there is no problem, there is no queen, I will just take the b pawn and keeps up maybe g4, just improve the king and wait for the right moment. So this is something like, okay, Indian is saying queen b3, but why any human will play queen b3? Especially Amin Tabatabai.
Yeah, no, he will never go. Definitely, he will not. And again, I mean, he's having.
But the point is, for example, you are black. What you will play here? It's very difficult. You cannot move your knight. You cannot move your bishop. Rook already in the best possible position to stop the pawn.
Also, the pawn a4 is hanging.
Blocked. You don't have any pawn break. It's very difficult position for black.
It is. I mean, I don't even see. I don't see a way. But I mean, Tabatabai has made some miracles before. Maybe he will do today. We will see. Well, he's taking time.
We are not in his label, so definitely he can find something.
Of course.
Common eyes is very, because in current situation, even Queen A4 is coming, right?
Yeah, Queen A4, yeah. The pawn is hanging, you have
And-
not forget.
And king can ask question to his all pieces, where I'm going? Can you protect me,
The king
please?
is confused completely. Yeah, it doesn't know where to go. King
Yeah.
side is bad, queen side is bad. You cannot go anywhere with a king.
Say, okay, I will stay in center.
Yeah, but
But-
while I think Tabatabai is thinking, because he has a lot of time, maybe one more time, let's take a look at the first board, because I think that is one of the most exciting also games of the round, Pranav against Nihal Sarin. So let's jump in there, because we have seen this break which Nihal Sarin went for,
95.
and now 95 is in the board. So there was a decision made. We were leaving it last few moments ago, Bishop d7 defending the knight, and now
G5, C3.
oh, he went for this. I was wondering if okay, he has to.
He has to do something.
And now takes
Take.
intermezzo.
No,
Take.
D5, Bishop B5.
Ah, yes, he's cooking.
Yes.
This is a pin. This is a pin. And now
Look,
again.
look, E6 is weak, but somehow E6 and G6 both are protecting the position currently. Okay, it's weak, but
Mhm. It's stopping all this F5s, right?
it's not possible to put that knight some in any way. Black knight to F5. For example.
You would love to do it.
No,
yeah.
yeah, if
Let's try to find a way.
if
Shoot,
any-
shoot, shoot. Yes, we found it.
if, for example, if happens something like that in this position, suddenly black will be like so much
Just
of a
imagine
black.
like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, can I take? No, because it's okay. Let's say like some stupid move was played, like this. Yeah. Imagine the knight is here. It just looks amazing. Okay, of course, rook b1 is very right because now knight is hanging on e2. But what I'm wondering right now, is there any way to defend? Because queen d1 looks very passive. Knight d4. Here is he's sacrificing an
He
exchange.
played knight d4.
Wow. So what is going on? Bishop f1.
You know, Pranav is very, very strong player. He's very strong.
He is.
He just won Chennai Group B, right? Or who won? No, Pranav was playing
Pranav
group.
was
Pranav
playing,
played group.
yeah.
Sorry. Oh, there is so
Yeah.
many. In India, there is so many.
Yeah.
Pranav, Pranesh, Pranav, Anand, Pranav V.
There are so many different
Yes,
Pranavs. Yeah, Pranav Anand also playing here.
Yes, Pranav Anand and Pranav V also both are playing here.
So what happens after Bishop f1? I mean, let's try to follow his idea.
Bishop F1.
You take on f1. There is no take on e6, so let's say queen f1 or bishop f1. No, queen f1, because we want to keep the bishop roughly here. And now, so what do you?
This is I'm thinking means what is white plan to continue?
I think
Knight C6 is one of the threat in future.
Yes, and also I think big problem bishop on h4 because we have idea to come to it and ask some
I
questions.
think this is the main point.
This bishop on h4. Maybe knight f3 is even a threat in the next move.
He came here and
Yeah, this g5. I think this was a key moment. Yeah, this is I think when he decided he will go for the bishop. So this all the moves happened.
no, Nihal in trouble.
He took on c3 first, so he doesn't take the rook. But I mean, you have to take back, and if you take back,
Bishop
oh, he doesn't
E2.
take back.
No, because he is going to get that bishop h4. H4 bishop.
Now this is a threat.
Bishop f1, queen f1. Anyway, that you have to give that bishop. So you have to give your both bishops with maybe one pawn and rook. And in this kind of position,
Is there h6 now? Not taking this, but h6, trying to open up.
What will happen to that king?
Yeah, probably h6 takes. Yeah, that's a problem, I think. But then now bishop is safe. What if
I think now this game is already checking my limitations of calculation. It's complicated now. What is happening?
all of a sudden, I mean, this is so insane. Yeah, the pawn is on h6, king is weak, but down an exchange. Also a6 pawn is hanging.
You know, in India, there is one player, international master Anup Deshmukh. Yeah, he coached so many top Indian players, even with the, and when India won first time double gold medal in World Junior, Abhijit Gupta and Harika won the gold in World Junior. He was one of the coach. Whenever he also trained me sometime. So whenever I go and see his board, his game is like that. Everything is falling down. Everything is like I go and I have to see Anup sir game and I say, what? Okay, rook is hanging. Okay, bishop is hanging. Okay, knight is hanging. Everything is hanging on the board, and it's okay. Come back. And so many times he beat so many strong players like one-sided, 2650 or something. He played sometimes whenever he's in his peak, he beat so easily. So means for me this kind of game is not possible. Same some more players are there. Also my wife is also playing like this, so whenever I like to watch this kind of game because what is happening? Everything is falling down. Okay, for me, everything is protected, everything is looking safe, solid structure, nothing is much is happening. But this viewers like this game.
Of course.
Yeah, this is the game you love to see. Okay.
This is how you get the show done at such type of tournaments, and absolutely like first round looks like both players are from the same country. They were, by the way, you were there at the beginning of the round. They were joking about something before the round started. They were like talking, laughing, and now they have this huge fight. I mean, it shows so much this spirit and how much they enjoy chess. By the way, while we're talking, bishop f1 wasn't it played? Queen f1.
Queen f1.
So this is the position we're getting. Again, knight c6 and knight f3. Both moves are a threat in the position. And now big question to 𝐇𝐤𝐤, what will he do?
And also a6 pawn is also falling down.
By the way, you're right.
And this bishop is like, I will take whenever I want.
It's standing there. It can be
you cannot do anything. Maximum you can sacrifice on g5, but there is no issue.
But I think even after h6, you can play queen g2 and queen g4. You don't even have to take.
Okay, let's find some blunder in this position, for example.
For white, yeah? How white
something
blunder?
like, for example, black played h6.
Yeah. And for example,
take h6, for example. So then bishop will be free. So no, definitely no. But this is one of the options. Safe side. But come back.
There is knight c6.
Okay, you are not going to take. So for example, knight f3, natural.
So h6,
knight f3. I want to take the look. So gh5 is coming.
Wait a second.
H into g5 is coming.
Rook b4. Wait, what?
Yeah, look something. Suddenly.
Rook b4 is defending the bishop.
So h6.
So h takes, yeah. Or
so the best move is actually to take the pawn. This is the best move.
Queen a6.
Queen a6. Target the e6.
And suddenly e6 is in trouble.
Yes.
And also knight f3 is a threat. It's still there.
What about rook a8?
Yeah, rook a8, you just
queen
keep
c6,
the queen. Yeah.
Now he cannot repeat, no?
I think
because of bishop e6 or something. No.
Suddenly somehow queen d6. But then why cannot you play queen d6 here? What's the difference? Because here rook a5. What? What is going on? Wait a second.
Because a1 is hanging, so you cannot capture.
What is happening?
Yeah, a1 is hanging, so you cannot capture.
Yes. So for that reason, you have to play. Sorry, you have to play queen c6. Then after rooks, only then you can play queen d6 or queen b6. By the way, maybe queen d6.
Bishop g4 they played. They played bishop g4. Something.
Oh, wait.
But what
wait,
happened?
queen c. So queen f1, queen c8, defending the pawn, and now bishop g4. Why not knight f3? I'm just wondering. Knight f3. Doesn't it look like winning piece? Almost immediately.
No, this isn't okay. What we are missing here?
d4. Okay, and then
bishop d4.
Because bishop cannot go back because it would trade. And here probably some Okay, some d3.
No, maybe rook b2 is also coming.
Rook b2.
So black will have some counterplay.
So here and then rook b2.
But yeah.
So knight f3, he didn't go for it, although he's not having so much time. He played bishop g4 in the position. So his idea queen h3.
Okay, so for example, now h6 is not working because of queen h3.
Yes. This is
because of queen h3 is now not working.
Yes. So this queen h3 is a big threat. Now, how do you stop it?
So he improved really well. Okay, he found this queen h3 idea really well.
It's very nice that he doesn't go back with the knight, not allowing any kind of this d4
because knight
business.
is actually controlling the position really well.
Yeah, and look at the body language. I mean, Pranav is completely relaxed. I mean, he's fully relaxed. Michal Sarin is in
He's
trouble.
saying, I'm going to level the score now.
Yeah, exactly.
Just in 1 week.
Yeah, Pranav is going to be like, here is revenge. Here is revenge. But no, this is really crazy, right? Especially I mean, it's open tournament. Of course, it's in a way closed tournament, but it's still like open because there are 44 players. So, but it's still crazy that they just played a week ago in the closed event. Now they play against each other.
You know, if you think about like Nihal, when Nihal crossed 2650, he was the youngest to do so from India. Like that time, Arjun was 2590. Means Arjun and Gukesh was almost similar, 2590 or 2600, and Pragya was something 2620, and Nihal crossed 2650. And now you see everyone, Gukesh, Arjun, and Prag, they are close to even 20. They are looking for 2800, and Nihal is stuck there. So I think and Nihal is need like one big break will come. I don't know which tournament, when, maybe this tournament, I don't know. And once he crossed 2700, he will also, I think, reach the same level his teammates are doing. Like.
Absolutely, because I think his top was 2698,
yes,
just
yes.
a couple of steps.
No, in live rating he actually crossed.
Yeah, he crossed.
But then he came back. So somehow I think this is not about only his skill, it's about something going on inside the brain also.
Because I remember, I was in all the years, previous years in the Biel Chess Festival, and in 2021, I remember Michal Sarin was the one who was playing there. And then after that, somehow Gukesh, 2022, then Arjun was coming there, 2023, and last year it was Pragnananda who came there from India. So it was like always,
he played rook b4.
Yeah, yes. So
now, for example,
now there
go
is
to normal queen
h3 again.
H3, yes.
So what's his idea?
Like you have to play bishop into g5, right? Or there is any other way? Hey.
Yeah, I mean you have to take it, or if you want to keep the pawn from h7, maybe h5. So you cannot take.
You can just block it for some moment.
So bishop has to go back. Let's say e2.
Yes.
And now bishop takes.
g5 and g5. Yes.
And now we see 2 pieces for a rook.
Yes.
Now it's a different story. We have 2 pieces for a rook in the game of who was it? The Shankland against Naran. By the way, there is a draw. There is a result. Shocking.
Yeah.
Maybe just quickly see how it
even
how it's
without
finished.
the video.
Yeah, without the board, because wait, what? I just want to go back. So we had this position. Wait, what? Queen f4 he went for.
And then he exchanged.
And then exchanged. Takes. Okay, we were discussing such.
I think time travel played the role. I think
yes.
time travel played the role. So he just went for more normal position.
Yes, and after trade, of course, it's just equality. Okay, we go back to the first.
Then what about Amin game?
Yeah, let's go
Let's
to
go
board
number
3 now. Motilov against Tabatabai. Okay, this is tough. We were discussing this. Wait, Queen b3. He actually went for it. We were saying, okay, Amin is not the one who will go for it, but he actually.
But I think the position is like that. What to do? Nothing was moving. So he said maybe he found okay, this is the only best move, and he took the move. Look, I think he took quite good time to play this move. Yes, he used something 11 minutes or something.
Of course.
And now, but if you see now, even in the less time, White must be feeling fine, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, because it's a safe advantage. You know, it's not a dynamic advantage which he will lose like in 2 moves. It's static. It's static because knight is very bad. Okay, bishop is fine, but it's not the greatest one. And there is a passer here. Potentially there is a passer here, and this could be also a passer. Like so many. So I mean, and also the light pieces of black, they're not working well. So I think it's a huge advantage. Even with 3 minutes, getting always 30 seconds on the clock, you can get it. Although look at this, we just were in this board, there was over like 30, almost 40 minutes for Tabatabai. Now he's twice less time. So I think also these moments when Amin is spending time, this is a perfect opportunity for Alexander to take his chances, and the move has just been played.
He played b5.
Of course, he has to try to stop. But you know what I'm also thinking? I'm thinking on some other, you know, physical factors at this situation, because you know when you have 3 minutes, you cannot go anywhere from the board. If you want to go somewhere to the toilet or something, you cannot go there.
But what do you think about this idea? Is working somewhere like King G2, G4, and Rook H3? If for example, I'm just thinking, if you exchange
the rook, one pair of rooks,
what will happen?
Yeah, maybe we can just actually do it, because now rook this was played quickly. But let's say King G2. Okay, let's play some moves. I mean, like it's let's play Rook H7. Here.
No, I'm just checking his work. Oh, Bishop G5. No, it's not happening.
Oh.
Because of Bishop G5. So maybe you have to come back. You have to come by Rook B1 and Rook H1.
So first Rook B1. And then, okay, let's say this.
I just want to see what will happen if someone exchange the rook. Because this end game could be very tricky.
Oh,
because suddenly that knight, you know, and then bishop combination will make, because even bishop G5 is coming, D4 you're losing.
That's a big problem. Yeah, bishop G5, and now suddenly the D4 pawn is in trouble.
So you have to give Rook F7 check, maybe Rook F7 check, King E8. And then
now you attack the bishop.
But look, now scenarios change.
Yeah, now it's different.
Yeah. Okay, but for example, bishop F4, rook, if you go to Rook B7.
But now knight is taking and defending.
Yes.
And there is no way to defend the pawn on h1. And then this is from e1. There might be some difference.
As a commentator, you can do this. You can check, okay, what will happen. Players can't do this. They have to calculate.
This is our luxury, you know, in that way. We can just say what should see what happens.
Okay, so thank you, Angelica. I will join you maybe tomorrow.
Of course.
Or sometime, but thank you. It's very nice to be here, and I'm happy that even first day we have a lot of things to write to report and mention in live stream. So keep watching, guys, and write and comment, and we will try to improve tomorrow for things. And you will see more commentator with Angelica. I think we will try to bring more people.
More special guests.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niklesh, and have fun there. And meanwhile, we're going to continue, because there is a big time trouble happening on the boards. On all the top boards, we see already 2 results. So on the board number 2 and board number 4, there have been draws. But board number 1, 3, and 5 are still ongoing. As we have just mentioned with Niklesh, Rook H7 was the last move played in this position. So what Amin Tabatabai is doing here, he's just waiting, because there is not much improvement he can do. He's just waiting with the rook on the H file. Will Motilov try to exchange the pieces? We will see, but King G2 is on the board. So we might see this idea, by the way, which Niklesh was mentioning, idea of Rook D1 and Rook H1 trading the rooks. For now, while Amin is taking time, we have still one more game in the top 5 with a low clock. It's board number 5. It's Brandon Jacobson against Nicholas Teodoro. Let's go to board number 5 now. And let's just quickly take a look what changed. And oh my God, what a turnaround. Look at this, dear viewers. While we were discussing the first, third, and fourth board, and we were saying that players with a lower rating were the ones who were getting initiative and better position, look at what happened here. Because Brandon Jacobson turned around. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Let's move backwards a couple of moments. So this was the last moment we were discussing. And I think this is, oh, wait a second. I think this was the last moment we were discussing. We were saying, okay, this pawns on the f5 and e5, are those the weakness or are those the strengths? And here comes the answer. Knight e6, queen f3, queen e3, and after rook b8, rook f5, taking the pawn, although there is some issue with this. I mean, but as we can see, computer evaluation, computer approves this move. Rook takes on f5, rook f5, and knight g5. It's a discovered attack on the rook. So black gave up a pawn, but there is discovered attack. I mean, not really enough. Rook f1 goes back, and now bishop g4. Nicolas Theodorou might be in trouble here. Knight c3, b5. He's creating a threat, but now bishop d6. Look at this. This is very strong and very nice move. First of all, targeting the rook, and then introducing c5 in the picture to get this bishop at this very nice d6 square. I mean, this would be a very beautiful bishop. Rook d8, c5, and look at this. Suddenly, white has one extra pawn, beautiful bishop, and this is an isolated pawn with a huge trouble. So knight e4. Apparently, what was not the best move, but knight h7 has been played. It's a clearly better position. I mean, it's already winning position for white. 5 minutes for both players. Again, we have seen 2 draws, small upsets, and as we can say, and the rest of the boards, one more time, the players with the lower ratings in the top 5, they're better right now. So it's really crazy to see this development in the first round of such a strong tournament here in Fujairah for the Global Chess Championship. And one more time, this time what you see on the clock, this is the final time which players have. There is no extra time. There is no second time control. So let's dive into the position. Let's try to understand and break it down. Why is it so good for white? Well, first of all, it's very clearly there is an extra pawn. There is an extra pawn. There is this weakness for black as well. And also the pieces of white, they're just amazing. Bishop on d6 is an incredible piece. Knight on e4 is also such a great piece. And yeah, both of the players extremely strong. Nicolas Theodorou, by the way, he's currently at his best. So this rating, what he has right now, 26-46, is his all-time best. He's at his peak. He was playing really great game. He made just a couple of mistakes under time trouble, and he's just suffering right now. Also, look at his body language. I mean, I think it says it all. A3 was played right now on the clock. What white wants to establish this very nice pawn chain on the queen side. And well, just keep pressing the position. Look also at the king safety. White's king is completely safe. Black's king has some troubles. Truly insane what has just happened in the last few moments. But this is my dear friends, is a time trouble and how it works for chess. I suggest quickly to go back to the first board. I mean, it's a time trouble. Let's see what happens between Pranav and Michal Sarin, because there might be some major developments. The last position we have seen, and one of the key moments which was played by Pranav, was this beautiful bishop g4, introducing bishop queen h3 idea. And after rook b4, queen h3, bishop g5 had to be played. So now we see that there are 2 pieces for white, and queen b8 with some ideas already. Rook b1, so rook b1, rook e1 had to be played, and now rook a4. So what Michal is trying to do, he's trying to create at least some weaknesses for white. He's trying to target some squares, and now he's targeting the a5 as well. Queen g3 was played. Very interesting. I mean, computer is saying the position is completely crushing, but of course there is still a room for Michal to bail out. First of all, on the clock, there still could be blunders made. I'm just wondering, queen g3. So what's the idea? Maybe just to remove the bishop. What is the next move? Okay, first of all, he's just defending the pawn. This is like, obviously, this is the because the queen was attacking pawn e5. So of course, when the two pawns were under attack, he decided to keep the more important one, which is e5. And if rook takes on a5, it is not possible. There will be a tactical problem with knight c6. So Michal cannot take the pawn on a5. We were talking a lot with Niklesh about this position. We were trying to figure out what's the way for Michal to hold it. So either a way for a blunder, but of course there is always a room for a blunder. As I'm saying myself, blundering a lot of winning positions in the games, but definitely here, we were also talking about it, that slowly there could be something. But looking at the position, earlier it was just dynamic advantage. So it was just advantage at that position. What does it mean, dynamic? So it means it's right here, right now, you have to use it. But now we are coming to the point when there are two pieces for a rook, not even bishop and the knight, but bishop and the bishop, so a bishop pair for a rook, which is an incredibly huge advantage, material advantage. And in the end game, this is something what you, of course, can win the position with. The rook on e8 is passive, is just pinned to the pawn. Knight is also passive. Black's queen and the rook are somewhat active on the queen side. But I think the problem might be is the f-file. Rook f1, queen f4, queen f3. These are the moves which are incoming, and the problem might start to be on f7. For now, Michal Sarin is taking time. So I suggest we go to the third board to see what is happening between Motilov and Tabatabai, because this is also the game which we're taking a close look at, since Motilov used to have an advantage. What a turnaround we had. In the game of Shankland against Narayanan, there was a turnaround earlier. There was a much better position for SL. He was pushing, he was winning, and here, look at this. I mean, Tabatabai managing to bailing out, at least according to computer, and I think hugely due to the trouble, to the time trouble in the position. Because Motilov was always playing under a minute, like a few minutes left on the clock. Just wanting to go back to the moment which we're discussing, this queen b3 move was played by Amin, trading the queens, finding the best solution, the best practical solution. And after rook takes on b3, so we had this b5 very nicely pushed, stop all a5, a4 ideas. And after rook d3, which is defending the pawn, rook h7 is played, king g2, king d8, and apparently here mistake came, a4. Why did he go for the a4? I'm just wondering. a4, apparently it was a mistake. Yeah, the pawn on b4 is also hanging. But after pawn takes rook a4, it's a double attack. Rook a7 and rook b7 is a threat, but probably there is this rook, the bishop coming to c7. Maybe it's not a threat at all. So rook a4. But it means that white just gave up a pawn for nothing. I'm just wondering why did he have to go with a4? Why did he have to push it? It's unclear, because if you try to go for the same idea, we were discussing it with Niklesh, rook d1, rook h1, just trade the pair of rooks. What would happen? Let's just play some moves. Here, rook h1, take. You see, it shows still like big advantage in the position, and then just slowly promote the pawn, the g pawn, or maybe bring the king somewhere to the pawn on d4, defending it, and then push forward the d pawn. I mean, this is something what may have been one of the ways to win, but a4, at least computer-wise, is not the best move. Maybe still, I mean, Tabatabai might find some ways to blunder, but looks like he's bailing out, and all thanks to Motilov, who played this a4 move. And by the way, Motilov is under 1 minute on the clock, so we for sure have to take a look at that game more closely. But for a moment, I would like again to go to the board number 5, because that's where there is really low time on the clock for Nicolas Theodorou. This is the game of Brandon Jacobson against Nicolas Theodorou. This is the game we have not seen coming. there was always around equal position, always, all the time. There was equality. There was nothing much happening. Nicholas maybe was having a bit slight of advantage just aesthetically. And here, I mean, we missed a few moments because we were too much focused on the top boards. And here the moment came. Oh, we have here a guest in the studio. So we have my new Mishra. How are you doing? Did you play? You can come a bit closer. Of course. Okay, now more visible. We're just more focusing on the other games. But how did you play? How was it?
I played against Varun with black today, and it was a very interesting game. But he played some this bishop b5 check, which was quite rare. But overall, I feel like maybe what I did in the opening was not quite accurate, but it was very. And then he messed up quite quickly, and I got.
If you want, we can go through maybe some key moments from the game. But huge congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
We were not really watching your game in the commentary, so you can explain from the beginning. We were more focused on the top 5 boards, but yeah.
Sure. So, knight f6, bishop b5 check. This was the first surprise. I mean, I played knight of.
Oh, sorry, can you come a bit more closer?
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes.
I played the knight of today because I wanted to get a fighting game. And he's also a very fighting player. I've seen from his games. He doesn't really back down, so that was nice. Bishop d7, queen e2. Now, this line I didn't remember at all. I just remembered, I thought g6 was quite interesting because, okay, one more thing, I'll just turn off the engine.
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, this is, so because like once I get back to my room, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Analyze yourself.
Yeah,
I remember this.
Yeah, I mean, like if he goes d4, cd4, knight d4, bishop g7. Like if you compare this to the dragon, this is like an amazing version. Like what is, okay, the castle knight c6. Usually in the dragon, white has his queen on d2, pawn on f3, and his bishop is on f1. And like here, I'm up by
3 tempos, yeah?
Yeah, and his bishop is on b5 for some reason, and I feel like this should be like very, very clear play. But of course, I mean, the dragon is so horrible that even if you're down to tempi, it's still dangerous. But I felt like it should be very playable because, okay, also knight g4 ideas. But yeah, he played e5, g takes e5. Now, okay, there's d5 and queen e5. Knight e5, I wasn't really concerned about this because even though he has 2 bishops, like I could go castle, e6, a6, my structure is like very solid. And there's always ideas of, let's say, okay, I mean, I'll just make a few moves like the castle, let's say d3. There's always this like thematic idea of going bishop c4 and like, okay, first of all I have b5, but even knight b8, knight c6. And then the knight can go to d4, b4, and it's should be playable for black. Okay, he went queen e5, and this was, I think he was still in his preparation. With g6, somehow he didn't really remember too much. The issue here with black is that like my first canting move was a6, but actually a6, I think white has knight d5. And okay, now I can't take on d5, knight f6 is made. Knight d5, he takes, and. And okay, if I go like knight f6, I think he goes d3. Wow. And okay, like bishop h6, and I don't have enough time to trap this queen. Wow. So based on this, okay, I rejected a6. Like, okay, I saw briefly computer was mentioning this. I wasn't sure about how, like e5, queen e3. Of course, this is like reminiscent of, let's say, what is this? I'm forgetting the name of like the most famous opening of all time. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c. I mean, okay.
e4, e5.
I mean, this is like, somehow I forgot the name, but like this slide I've been.
The fried liver.
Yeah, fried liver. Sorry. I mean, this
is more famous.
Yeah. So you get a similar position to like a similar position to this, but where in the sense that like white has wasted a lot. Sorry.
It's okay.
White has wasted a lot of time with his queen and so on. Maybe black has adequate compensation, but I wasn't too sure overall. Like I would rather play with the pawn. I played queen b6. My idea was that if he plays this still knight d5, knight d5, bishop d7, knight d7, and queen h8. The difference here is that you have queen e6 check. Now, okay, if you play king f1, I can even go knight f4. Like I don't try it now. Okay, queen e2, and this is very dangerous. So if you go king d1, I thought like I go knight f6. Rook e1, I have queen g4. Okay, g2 is falling. Long castle, you have a queen on h8. Like this is amazing compensation for an exchange. So yeah, knight d5 doesn't really work.
Very sharp position in so many.
a4 is what I was expecting. And the thing with, okay, if I try to play a6 again to kind of resolve this tension, the issue is I think he goes a5, queen d6, takes, and castle. Now, at first, this doesn't look so scary, but the problem is white goes rook e1 check, and I don't really have a good square to put the king. In next move, he plays d4, bishop goes to f4, and I can't really go castle long because okay, there's knight g5 and f7 is falling. So that's why I kind of rejected a6. Knight c6 was natural enough. Knight c6, okay. Queen c6, I thought for a second, but I thought like knight d5, and I just don't have a way to stop this. So okay,
Yeah,
bishop
I had
c.
to be careful with this.
I think d4 was a mistake from his side. I think he should have played a5. Now the point of a5 is that okay, if I go queen d8, he goes queen takes e5. Like I will have a lot of competition here, I'm feeling, but it's not like he's worse or anything. It was my feeling like okay, knight e5 or whatever. I mean, I was planning to go queen b4. Now this queen can always go to g4, but I thought that maybe white can go d4. Now at first it looked like a blunder because the bishop takes f3, but now rook a4 traps the queen.
Oh, there's no way.
Yeah, there's just no rules for the queen.
It's ChatGPT, it doesn't work.
And I was planning maybe to go like cd4, knight d4, but again, if I play bishop takes g2, this is very dangerous. Like for example, knight b5, knight c7.
Yeah, now again, rook a4 is also a threat.
Yeah, rook a4. So like cd4, knight d4, I think I was planning to go bishop g7, and you get some such position, which, okay, it's around equal, and I don't think really black should be any worse at all. Because, okay, even though my structure is a bit ruined, knight e5, this bishop is really strong. And white still hasn't, like, okay, if you put a bishop on c5, of course, white will be better, but he doesn't have time.
Yeah, no time for that, of course.
But yeah, in the game, you went d4, which surprised me, because now bishop takes f3. And I thought, like, if you play d4, at least you'd do this. Because, I mean, this is also, like, messy enough, but of course, I thought, like, black is the one who's pressing for advantage, of course, because white structure is a bit messed up. Like, bishop e3, castle short. But if white can manage to get a long castle, maybe it's not horrible, but like queen f4, if you go queen c6, you go long castle. But queen f4, I thought I could even go queen h5, for example. And it's complicated, but I prefer black for sure.
Of course.
There's also this funny idea of he can play castle short. But again, it's more of the same story. His king will always be like forever weak, and your queenside majority is, with queens on the board, I don't think you're ever going to get anywhere. Okay, if you play gf3, cd4, knight b5, rook c8. Now, okay, everything is move for move. Of course, if white it's castles and rook e1 before I'm able to castle, then there's issues because there's like all these knight d6 threats. But I'd seen that okay, like if he goes castle, I just go bishop g7, and against any move, I just castle short.
Yeah.
And now, okay, all these structural weaknesses that white has created will start to show.
Yeah, we're just always on time, so it was.
Yeah. So you went knight d4, bishop g7, and I think, yeah, it's already like quite unpleasant for white. And another thing is that he started going low on time as well. So, of course, the first instinct for white is to go queen b5 check to trade queens. But I thought, like, if I go, let's say, even queen takes b5, if knight takes b5, rook takes e2, like, okay, some position like this, good luck trying to defend it. It's horrible. Knight d5, b2 is falling. Okay. And so, okay, a takes b5, knight d5. And okay, if you go c3, bishop takes d4. Like, this is the greatest knight of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these pawns are also, like, very ugly.
Yeah, all the pawns are separate. All the separate pawns, yeah.
But yeah, he went a5 to try to avoid this. Queen a6, e3, castle, queen e2. So he's trying to trade off queens in like a better circumstance. And I think I'm quite proud of this next move, rook c4. At first, I'd only seen like queen d6, but queen d6, the problem is you try to get like what I got in the game, but white has a6. And he asked these questions on the queen side. So like if I go like b6 castle, this pawn on a7 will always be a weakness after knight b5. So okay, let's say if I go b takes a6. Yeah, there's this funny trap that okay, rook takes a6 is a blunder because of queen takes d4.
Oh.
Let's see, I see one h1.
You cannot take it.
But I think you can just castle. And now rook takes a6 next, and now I have weaknesses of my own, and unless I have like something super concrete on the king side, I don't think black is doing, like black is winning or anything. So yeah, I played rook c4. Now this way I keep the queens on the board, and also there's this new motive that I can always play like in the game. You went castle, knight d5. There's all these tactics regarding this queen. For example, let's say rook d1, it's a blunder because of rook takes d4, queen a6, rook d1, and if you play whatever bishop d2, this also fails to e5. Wait, no, maybe this you have b3, but okay, I'll just show a different route to demonstrate later. Okay, later, h2, whatever. You e5, knight c2, there's rook g4 check.
Oh.
And yeah, queen falls.
Oh, yeah, doesn't work.
So you went rook e1 defending the queen. Here, maybe, I'm not sure if what I did is objectively the best, but it looked quite tempting. This bishop takes d4 is also like, I feel like black should be much better here. Because bishop d4, and now let's say if you go like rook c8. I was worried a bit that maybe white can get some counterplay, let's say with guarding queen e5, bishop h6 to let's say start attacking the black king, but maybe it's just not enough. Like queen c6, bishop h6, f6, next move. Like maybe somewhere you can go g5 and c2. Like this should also just be lost. But yeah, I went e5, knight c2, queen c6. I was hoping that he'd go knight e3 actually, and I was planning to just sack the rook. Because okay, like queen c4, queen f3, so okay, starting knight h3, you don't have queen f1.
How do you stop the checkmate?
I don't really think there's much of a way. You can try h4, so that you have this h2 square, but like h4, like say black goes even goes e4. It's just such a, it's just a slow attack. Like you don't next move go bishop e5, knight h3. This is just
you just enjoy it.
It's like yeah, right. Its coordination is just absolutely horrible. But okay, you went rook d1, rook h4. I was debating on whether I should go knight f4 here or on the next move. Like takes, and then I tried to. I mean, actually, it was one. Like rook d1, knight f4, bishop f4, rook f4. The one thing is that here I've kind of put all my eggs in one basket, in that I'm trying to attack his king, and if that doesn't really work, I'm not better in any way. Like if he goes knight b4, if I go queen takes f3 in this position, this would just be a huge mistake. Like already white is, I think, white might already like be pressing for looking for an advantage. Because okay, this bishop is horrible, and you have a lot of counterplay. Like knight b4, I was wondering whether I should go queen e6, knight d5, rook h4. This also looked quite tempting with ideas of queen h3 and maybe somewhere I improve the bishop to h6. But okay, I mean white is not totally dead yet.
But okay, it's still very tough,
yeah.
To defend.
I went rook h4, so okay, went queen d3 trying to attack my knight. Knight f6. Yeah, again, knight f4, it's a similar theme, but maybe like with queen on d3, I think he has a slightly better version because he always has the ideas of going queen d7 to trade queens. Okay, I went knight f6, so I can try to keep more tension. E4 was like a very big idea to just blow up the king side. Knight b4, queen e6, bishop g5, rook h5.
Yeah, and then you're just rolling.
Yeah, and bishop f6, queen f6. And I think, yeah, queen e4 was probably like the last mistake. Maybe you should try knight d5. And I go like queen g5 check. Okay, king h1, queen h4 is still in the pawn. So, like, you try this, and I'm fairly certain you're like dead lost. Like, maybe I just go f5, e4, I just blow things up again. But you don't have to resign yet. But the way how he did it with queen e4, I think, yeah, this rook h4 is quite nice. Like, you can go take the pawn, and like, if you go queen e3, there's bishop h6, and now this. Another piece
again,
comes.
slow attack.
Yeah. Queen takes b7, yeah, now this e4, f takes e4, queen f3. You have two pawns. You can take a third if you want, but it's not going to save you. Like, there's just a bunch of threats, rook g4, rook e4, bishop e5, queen g4 check, queen h3. Like everything is just falling apart. Like here, rook g4 check, king f1, rook takes e4. So now I'm threatening queen h1 mate, king g1, and now just a slow move, rook f8 to end the game. I'm threatening rook g4, queen h3, and
just game
really
over.
Other things.
Thank you so much for all the insights. I wanted to ask you, how's it going so far for you? Because the first edition of the Fujairah Global Chess Championship, the chess club is new, like as you can see, all the renovations made. How is it going for you?
Yeah, this is an amazing tournament, and I actually registered the second I found out about it. It's nice practice for the Grand Swiss, which is I think like a day after this event. And yeah, I mean the playing conditions, the hotel, everything is amazing.
Yeah, and also of course you've been playing also in the Emirates. How do you enjoy? I mean, the weather of course outside is very hot, but how are the conditions inside of the playing venue?
Yeah, I mean the conditions inside the playing venue are perfect. I've noticed that every event that I've played in the Emirates has always been like very high quality, whether it be Sharjah Masters or Dubai Open or it's always a pleasure to be back.
Exciting. Thank you so much for your time showing us a game, and maybe see you for another interview, but if not, then best of luck also in Samarkand.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you can go, you can enjoy your free time and rest. And meanwhile, we're going, I think, to continue because there is a big time trouble going on right now in the top boards. So what I want to see, we see also the game of Pranav against Nihal Saring. As you can see, Pranav with the white pieces is trying to push, but as we were having Abhimanyu here in the studio, yeah, you can, if you want. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you forgot. You want to?
No, I mean, one thing is I can.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just check what's going on.
Yeah, of course. You can stay a bit with us. So
I thought he was.
You can come a bit closer.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I thought he was winning before, right?
Yes, so Pranav was completely winning. I mean, like if you.
Yeah, I saw this position.
So he managed to win the bishop, and then he has two pieces. It's okay. That's with the engine.
Yeah, I know.
No, only your games.
It's my games.
Okay. So there was a trade. Let's see what happened.
Maybe we should have to do this a bit. So okay, yeah, black's third here, no matter what you do, is rook f7, bishop e6, like what happened in the game. Bishop e6, knight e6, queen e6 take, and rook e7 back.
Yes, so...
And he sort of allowed that. Apparently, yeah, if you go queen f1, you just keep like status quo, black is kind of done for. Because yeah, black's had a horrible knight on f8 and this weakness and everything worked.
That was the only trick. It was the only trick which black had. Oh, that's such a pity.
I mean, Nihal is always like, very tricky. I mean, even after queen f1, I'm sure that you would find some way to complicate this.
Yeah, maybe after queen f1, yeah. But, okay, queen f1, yeah, the big threats are...
Yeah, next you switch sides.
So, so this happened, and now we're entering the rook against two pieces. And yeah, suddenly it's an extra pawn for black here. So does it look like drawish? I mean, or is there still a chance? Because look at this, the pawn is under attack. You cannot defend it. So is there a chance for white?
There is a chance. There's one rule that I've heard of, that rook and pawn versus two pieces. If there's an additional pair of rooks on the board, it helps the attacking side. Let's say, attacking side as in the side with the two pieces. And in this case, like rook versus two pieces in general is not that bad, like just alone. Like he went rook g5, and yeah, a nice thing is that knight e6 he has d4. But of course, like bishop d5, bishop d4, like when you played king e2, rook f8 is a nice move. Okay, again, he's knight e6.
Knight e6, knight e6 and just rook a8.
I have a feeling it's quite close, but Nihal might hold this. Like c8 and h5, g5 start to counterplay.
What an incredible bailout! Also, there was on the board 4 also bailout from by Sam Shankland, because Sam Shankland was
he was
crushing.
For sure,
he made a huge mistakes earlier. Just maybe briefly to come back, there was this moment with a take on e5. So here he took with a knight, and apparently after a couple of moves, there was a huge attack happening on the king side, and well, Narayanan was pushing, and at some moment, yeah, I think he was also getting lower in the clock, so yeah, at some moment he just couldn't figure it out, I think. Yeah,
I mean,
so and then there was trade of the pieces, and it all ended in a draw. So managed to bail out.
Yeah,
but 2 more games are happening, so maybe we go to the board number 3. Just also for you to take a look. Ooh.
Okay. No, this is the opposite side of rook. This is again a rook versus two pieces.
Yes.
But yeah, here I mean black is not coordinated at all, and white will win the e6 pawn as well, with the reconnected fast pawns.
But there was one moment where Motilov played a4, which was a mistake, So takes. I'm just wondering what Amin did, which was not correct. So takes.
Ah, okay. He's trying to abide by this rule, but it turns out that rules have exceptions. But
so he was following your rule.
yeah, but unfortunately here, actually, if you trade off rooks, you can win the d4 pawn.
Yeah,
Just
because
bishop c3 and
just
take.
bishop c3 and take, and then you have this strong pawn.
Yeah.
But probably he was unsure with the h pawn.
Like bishop c3, h5. Maybe what he saw was. Okay, but.
h5 and then.
Yeah, bishop d4, f4 is horrible for black.
Yes, because you cannot move the knight.
Yeah. So the important thing is that you play like knight d4 and knight f5.
Knight f5.
Okay, now it's looking a lot better.
But now
h6, knight f5, h7, bishop e5.
You're in time. Okay, this is very important. Okay. Oh, sorry. So yeah, this happened, and apparently there was he didn't take for this rule, and suddenly the white's rook became active.
Okay. This is. Yeah, I mean bishop a5 is not an obvious move, but especially in time trouble to put this bishop back.
Yeah, also under attack. Yeah.
I think maybe what he saw was that. Okay, you have to stop rook b7. I'm pretty sure his first idea instead of rook f5 was to go king c7, but king c7 fails to rook c1. And then you lose a piece on the c file.
Yeah, so.
But yeah, you have to. Yeah, but now this is just. But black white didn't even go rook. So f4, was there some way? No, okay.
Wait.
f4, did he allow bishop a5 again, or what was the problem? Yeah, f4 again, bishop a5.
Bishop a5. Oh.
It's the
One more time the same, and then bishop will defend.
Yeah.
Okay, so takes, kings, if I see it, and now suddenly some checkmates. I mean, not checkmate, but already winning a piece. So king has to go here. Okay, now knight has to go. Oh.
Yeah, now he'll lose the pawn.
Oh.
That's rough. Because black's pieces aren't doing anything. If you put the same knight on e4, rook on a1, black will be like almost better, but
yeah, if you do this,
unfortunately.
Yeah, just exchange the bishop and the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the current position. Yeah, and Amin is in the big trouble. He was trying, he almost bailed out, but yeah. And then maybe one more game, just quickly for you to check it. The board number 5, Jacobson against Theodora.
I think it's completely winning, right? Yeah.
Yes, so somehow on the top 5, it was like the lower rated is so much better winning.
But yeah, I mean that's the beauty of this tournament. That like the difference between highest seed and like midway is like 90 points. This is like almost unheard of in any open tournament.
Absolutely. Normally you don't have such a difference. Normally like 2600 play 2200.
Yeah,
so it's like
the first like 3 rounds are just
easy.
Like, just easy. And, yeah. It's just there so that
even for you it was not. It was a very tough match, but yeah. So yeah, here I mean I think there was this moment a bit earlier. Yeah, I think. Could you come also a bit closer? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly. I think this was the moment where we were also discussing are those pieces like hanging pawns, weaknesses or strengths, and we were wondering about this evaluation because somehow black was low, like down development, but still computer was saying it's around equal. But yeah, about after a few moments, this rook f5. It was also big time trouble, and he managed to get this bishop to d6, so it was very nice. Okay, coming closer to the position. Oh, sorry. Wait a second. We left here. Somewhere here, yes. Queen h3. Yes. Oh, h4. Yes, it's h4. Yes.
Same square.
You have to attack. So knight e6.
Up by 4 pawns.
Yeah. Too many pawns.
I mean, this is also good technique that he traded the queens off and gave back like 2, but it doesn't matter. You're still up by 2 pawns.
Yeah, you just two pawns are enough. So
and another thing I'm noticing is that he never really went down to like 30 seconds. He's always keeping 1-2 minutes on the clock.
I think it's also
this
very
is
important.
very good technique. Like rook takes h6 is really nice. That was first instinct. That the only way black can ever get anywhere.
Look h6 now.
Yeah, just take and go c6. c6 rook c2 knight e5.
We have
Okay, just
knight a5 or knight.
Yeah, maybe knight a5 is just a bit like more
safer.
A bit safer, yeah, and then b5.
Yeah, just
better
push
technique.
forward, just win it. Oh, crazy! Oh, this is so crazy. This is what is doing. How special is this time control for you? Do you like it more, or do you prefer to have this 30 minutes?
I prefer to have the 30 minutes, but also I'm not really against it. Like today, it worked out in my favor. But yeah, I mean, you have to take whatever's given and make the best of it.
Okay, thank you so much one more time, everyone. Thank you for your interest in the game.
Thank you.
Have a good rest. Okay, so we had Abhimanyu Mishra here with us, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, and he has won his round number 1. Again, joined us for the short, also for some short commentary of the top first boards. I suggest we go to the first board one more time to see how Michal is doing. Is he getting bailed out? Look at this! I mean, what is going on today? I cannot believe it. We have just looked at the game with Abhimanyu, and we were talking about this position. We were saying that Michal Sarin is bailing out. He's managing to get out of this, and now we see it's completely winning position. The c-pawn is just marching forward. I'm in shock. I mean, what happened in just a couple of moves? We were saying that, yeah, around this position, of course, we were always saying white has some slight advantage. But for example, at this moment, look at this. Black has 2 extra pawns in the position. Of course, the c3 is under attack, is hanging, but also the same way h3. So what happened? Rook f5, check, king e2. King is coming closer to the queen side, which is of course very important for white. Rook goes back to f8, and now bishop c3. We're talking about this now. Rook c8, attacking the pieces, bishop b4, and now rook c6, defending the pawn. Apparently this was a mistake. You should have started with pushing the pawns on the king side, so just to create a passer. Because anyway, I think if knight takes on a6, black would take on c2. So rook c6 was played, apparently a mistake, king e3. And now g5 was played. So these were the moments which allowed Pranav to bring the king closer to the position and won a lot of time. King d4, h5. We see that Michal is trying to create a passer. But apparently what computer is saying is not enough. King d5, and this pawn is too strong. This king and these 2 pieces with a pawn, they're too fast. And you can at some moment sacrifice one of the pieces because this is going to be a monster. Knight jumping back to e4, so I think knight is the piece which Pranav wants to sacrifice. King f8, bishop d6, and look, the bishop is just cutting the rook out of the way. And the c4, c5, c6, c7 is just coming forward. So h4, what Michal is trying to do, he wants to create a threat of g4. And after take, he wants to go with the pawn forward to h3. Okay, maybe not immediately, maybe first take and then h3. But this is definitely his idea, g4. c4, the pawn is marching forward to the queen. Now, g4 has been played, pawn takes, and now rook g4. Of course, if h3 would have been played, there is still this intermezzo of g5 because pawn cannot march forward. But now rook g4, and I think we can safely say here that the c pawn is just marching forward. There is no way to stop it. c5 has just been played. Michal Sarin is under 1 minute on the clock. We see him suffering as I speak. Look at his body language. I mean, he cannot believe it. Just 1 minute on the clock. He's trying to find a way to save it, but I don't believe there is a way to do it. So, because the problem for black is not going to be the pawn on c5, but the fact that even if h4 pawn is getting in some way forward to the h2 square, you can always sacrifice a bishop and you will have knight and the king to march forward. Also, you can go with the king and take the pawn on a6, so you will have 2 passers. The king is simply too active piece. And once I was told that the king is worth 4 pawns. So there is a structure how much pieces are worth. The rook's worth 5 points, the queen 9, the pawn 1, the knight and the bishop 3. And I was told that the king is worth 4 points. in the endgames when they're super active. And I think in this position, king is worth all 10 points. So it's a super strong piece. And rook goes back to g6. I'm just wondering what could be an idea for him to stop. But looking at 𝐒𝐤𝐤 right now, that's why we also pulled up the full screen at this moment, because he realized it. He cannot stop the pawn. c6 is on the board. We might see resignation very soon. King e8, last chances, last tries. Computer is already saying mate in 8 moves. Will Pranav see it? Of course, he also has 4 minutes on the clock. This is absolutely great moment for the Indian Pranav in this case. It's an Indian clash here. One more time. They have played against each other in Chennai Grandmaster, the final round. 𝐒𝐤𝐤 won with white pieces. And today we have the first round of Fujairah, first edition of Fujairah Global Chess Championship, Superstars tournament, and they're again facing each other, but it's Pranav who is with white, and it's Pranav who is pushing for a huge point in this case. He has currently almost 2600, while 𝐒𝐤𝐤 has almost 27, so roughly 100 points difference here at the event. And as we were talking also early all the time, it doesn't feel like such a huge difference because all the players are so strong. All the players, I mean, this difference is not really, it's something what you, Abhimanyu Mishra was saying, it's something what you start to feel when you play round number 4 or 5. But we see c7 is on the board, he's marching forward, king d7 is played by 𝐒𝐤𝐤, he's trying to stop the pawn. But the problem here is knight c5, and well, the only way to stop the pawn is to bring king to c8, what 𝐒𝐤𝐤 is doing. And I think the big problem will be for black is king c6 and then some remaneuver of the knight to give a checkmate. I think this is what we are going to see. We will see some kind of king c6. Yeah, king c6 is on the board, by the way. King c6 is there. We will see most likely something like knight d7, knight b6 checkmate. What did he play? He played... he didn't play anything. This is the moment of realization. Look at 𝐒𝐤𝐤. He's watching away from the board. He's completely shocked right now. He cannot believe this is what is happening. Is it the moment where he is going to resign? Will he resign or not? Or is there something still there which he can try out? I don't think there is, but maybe he's still going to try. I mean, the pawn on h4 is too far. This is so tough. He was so close to bailing out. He was so close to save this game. If you remember the moment when they traded off the rooks, that was the moment, the rooks and the queens, by the way. That was the moment where he was close to saving this. But now we see that after a couple of mistakes, he's in this situation. Only 1 minute on the clock. I think this is the phase. I think this is a posture which you have when you realize it's over. It's over for you. You just have to accept it. This is the last stage of the position. I mean, you have to accept it's over and just resign. You see, he's shaking his head. He cannot believe this is how the game went. While Pranav is calmly sitting there at the board. I think if there was more time on the clock, he could have even stood up, but he knows there might be resignation coming in a few seconds. Will 𝐒𝐤𝐤 stop the clock this way? He is shaking the hand, resigning, saying good game. Truly upsetting result for 𝐒𝐤𝐤 Saling, the top seed of the Global Chess Championship here in the Fujairah. I mean, this was a tough day for 𝐒𝐤𝐤 Saling, one of the best, one of the Indian prodigies, but Pranav is also super strong. But what a revenge for Pranav after him getting the loss in the Chennai Grandmaster against 𝐒𝐤𝐤 Saling just 1.5 weeks ago, just a couple of weeks ago. He's coming back so strong, beating 𝐒𝐤𝐤 Saling with white pieces, and what a true performance. And one more time, what an exciting event we're having here in Fujairah. We see last moments. I think it's nice also to see the emotions of the players. Look at this, Nihal Sarin is shaking his head. But I think it's a good moment for us to go to the board number 3 to check what is happening between Motilov and Tabatabaei, because this is the only game which is left from the top 5. We had the result, by the way, from the board number 5. Jacobson beat Nicolas Theodorou, another upset, as we can call it, because Nicolas Theodorou is, of course, such a strong player and had a much higher rating. And the board number 3, it's the only one which is ongoing from the top 8 boards, by the way, top 8. And we see Motilov is pushing. This is another game which was very tricky. At some moment we have seen Tabatabaei almost bailing out, but then again there was another mistakes incoming from Iranian Grandmaster, and he was just, yeah, he just didn't see it. He just didn't see this move coming. Yeah, coming back to this moment. This Rook F5 was, again, F4 was possible, but here, yeah, Rook B7, he allowed this with Bishop D4. Huge mistake, and King C8, and after Rook H7, a couple of moves, the pawn was falling and another pawn fell, and it's Rook against 2 pieces, as we were discussing earlier, opposite story, opposite situation to what happened on the first board, because there Pranav had 2 pieces which were very strong, and the passer against the Rook, and in this case we have Rook against Bishop and the Knight, and of course also 3 pawns which are marching forward, which is so tough to stop, and this is just completely winning position. Although of course Amin is a very sharp player, he will try to use all his chances to stop. We see there is like some kind of repetition here. He's trying to give checks, Rook G7, King goes back, and well, apparently there was some big miss here. Rook F8. Rook F8 was possible, because after King F8, was there E6? E6, and the point is, I'm just trying to figure, so if you go away, then there is Rook D8, and after you go Q7, you go Rook D7, and after you go King F8, you take, and look at this, there is 1 knight, but it's not enough, so you're just going into the endgame and you push forward. But of course, if you calculate something like this, you do it, but not with 1 minute on the clock. That's why Motilov didn't go for it. He went for a safer approach, he just pushing the pawns. But now he gave up a pawn on G file, so suddenly it's not so winning anymore. There is still a chance for Amin Tabatabaei to get out of this. And yeah, I know that Amin Tabatabaei, we were discussing him many times. He's such a sharp player, a very strong one, but what a fight Motilov shows in this game, and what a dedication. And also, I'm trying to figure out how much time he's already under, a few minutes on the clock, but all this time he's sitting at the board. Just imagine, he cannot even stand up because he has such low time on the clock. This is what this time control is doing to the players. It just making them produce the best chess, because they have to think here and now. They have only this 90 minutes and nothing else. And I think it's just amazing, the fights which we have seen in this round, besides of course this board, so many upsets which are incoming. Okay, let's try to follow it. So there was a knight sacrifice for a pawn, so there was no way to stop it, so he had to give up the knight. And what he's trying to do, I think he's trying to get to the position where there are 2 rooks against rook and the bishop, although I think that one is not going to be equal. But what I know is that if we remove the pawn, if we remove the rook, 1 pair of rooks, if we do it like this, then it's a draw. Theoretically, it's a draw. Practically, it can be more difficult, but theoretically, it's a draw. So, for sure, yeah. And we see here, of course, there is still a pawn, and white will not trade the pair of rooks. White will not do it. So, yeah, definitely, is very tough for Amin. Although he has slightly more time, he's trying not to get too low on the clock. He's trying to make his decisions. As we see his body language, I mean, he's fully focused. He's fully locked in this position. Can he do it? I mean, what do you think, dear viewers? Can he bail out? Because we already seen Shankland on the board number 4 who bailed out. There was a huge attack ongoing on him from SL Narayanan. Narayanan was clearly better, I mean, probably not exactly winning, but he was clearly better, and he was pushing for a victory. But yeah, he didn't manage to, because yeah, the players are very tricky, all of them. No matter the rating in this Super Stars tournament, every single player is very strong. And by the way, the guest we had in the studio, Abhimanyu Mishra, he was playing one of the lowest boards. So he was playing the board number 17. Imagine this. The youngest grandmaster in history. He has a rating of 26 something, like 26 something. I don't exactly remember, but yeah, he was playing on such a, so to say, low boards. It's just because there is no weak player in the field. So rook h8 was played, the last move in the position. Let's try to figure out the way for Amin to try to block the pawn. I mean, first thing is, what is going to happen if you just try to block on the dark squares? I think the problem might be is that the rooks are just too active of white, and they will always give some checks, so we have to watch out. We have to watch out. On the other hand, the king is too far from the pawn to defend it, so white will always have to have some rook to defend it. And I think it's pretty unusual endgame, which you're not getting so often. I mean, rook against the bishop, it's very usual endgame. Many players go there because they're getting a draw. This is not very usual because, as we are saying there, it's winning for white, but there is a way, you have to find it. Both players are down 1 minute on the clock. Very tough for both players. For Alexei to find the way to win, and for Motilov also to get bailed out. By the way, while they're playing, I think we keep the camera on the players. I just would like to go to one of the games which happened on the board number 14 in Super Stars. So we keep watching with the video, but just as an information, I mean, there was insane game from Ivanchuk. So he was so much better, and then apparently he blundered in winning position. I'm just trying to find. Oh, he was so much better. Look at this. He was playing white. He was pushing. And let's see what happens. You see he's opening up the king side. Oh my god. Okay, there was one mistake for sure here. A3 was a mistake. Was there any? Maybe there was another blunder, because this is definitely not, yeah, this looks like it. Oh, getting such a great position. And what happened later? Let's try to see. So yeah, this endgame is very tough, of course. This endgame is tough. So this is what's happening. This is what's happening to the players. So 𝐸𝐤𝐡 won against Ivanchuk. Yeah, because Ivanchuk blundered. Yeah, this is what happens. Such a pity, of course, for the legend Ivanchuk, as we are mentioning. He is a legend. By the way, there are only 2 games ongoing in Superstars. It's a game on the board 3, so what we are following now, and also the game on the board 9, Mahamat Muradli against Abhimanyu Puranik. So this is the other game which is ongoing, only these 2 games. And yeah, as we were, by the way, going to the game of Ivanchuk, a lot has changed. Suddenly it's already +7 according to computers, so much more winning. And I'm just thinking that maybe it's because of the fact that the king can now finally go enter position and come closer to the pawn to try to help pushing it. And there might be some tricks with the checks. By the way, right now, after rook a6, I think maybe, was it a mistake? Because rook g6, I mean, you would love to play king f6, but there is rook g6, winning the rook, you cannot do it, so you have to go backwards. Rook, king f8 or king e8, I think king f8, there could be a problem, because, and king f8 was played. Wait a second, is there some way to give a checkmate, like rook b7, rook c7? There might be ideas of a checkmate. Rook b7 is on the board. Oh my god, look at this. Bishop goes back to g5. This is what he's played. He stops the checkmate with the rook to d8. He just played bishop g5. But I mean, I believe there could be some, many more tricks. You can bring the rook to h7. You don't even need the pawn on f5 any longer. The king is being cut to the 8th rank, and then after rook d7, was there a move played? No, Motilev still has taking time. He has 1 minute on the clock at this moment. He plays rook c5, another strat of the checkmate. According to the computer, apparently there was a better option to go for, but rook c5 looks perfectly logical to me. And now bishop e7, very nice. So the idea is, of course, that after the check there will be king escape. But what happens after rook c7? If rook goes to c7 targeting the bishop, what will happen? By the way, I don't really, maybe bishop d8? Maybe rook c7, bishop d8? Is it what it's going to be? Oh my god. Incredible. What is going on here? 35 seconds for Alexander Motilov. He's reaching for the move. Will it be rook c7? I mean, it looks logical, but bishop d8 could be a move. Bishop d8. I think that's why he played bishop e7, because after rook c7 there is bishop d8. But rook c7 is on the board, as we can see it. It just takes a couple of seconds for it, to be played. So rook c7, now bishop d8 is the only way, because if you move the bishop away, then there will be a checkmate. So Tabata Bey is taking time for some reason. He's giving a check, rook a2 check. Again, computer is not satisfied with this. It says that bishop d8 was the only way, but one more time the position is lost. I mean, this is completely lost position, but again, there are still some tricks. If black will manage to trade a pair of rooks and get rid of the pawn, theoretically it's a draw, but of course, white will not give up that pawn so easily. So now checks are incoming. The big question is, where does the king go? You have to find a way to escape. I mean, if king goes here, you can get this perpetual. This is already some draw I can see. So if king goes to g4, check, and king g5. So that's something what you can do. But what most likely is going to happen is that maybe king will go just to the rook, and at some moment the checks are just going to stop. King d3 has been played. So now again probably rook a3. Again rook a3, check. Yeah, you just come closer to the king. That's very smart what Motilov is doing in this position. Very smart. And probably after some moment, even after bishop goes to d8, there can be rook h7. They can be trying to checkmate from the other side of the position. So yeah, it's very tough. It's very tough for I mean there is already forcing win. I can already see something like after bishop d7, I can see a rook f7 check, and wherever king goes, king b1, yeah. Wherever king goes, maybe just rook d7, because then the bishop doesn't have e7 square. So king b1, finally checks stopped, rook e2. So that was the main idea, just giving a millions of checks, coming with a rook to e2 to stopping. But now f6 is on the board. What a move. Maybe let's pull up the full screen of the board, because I feel like we're going to get result very, very soon. I see that f6 has just been played. he cannot take with the bishop because he's just going to lose it. If he will take the pawn on f6 and he goes to d6, wait a second, is there a rook f7? Is there a rook f7 and then king goes somewhere and then just you go for a checkmate? This looks like a win in a couple of moves, but of course Motolev has to figure it all out. He has 1.5 minutes on the clock, and meanwhile Tabatabai is taking his time. Rook h7 is played, and there is the checkmate threat already from h8. How do you stop it? And then at some moment another rook can be to the can come to the a7. And the big problem is there is no king g8 because there will be check and checkmate. But look, he found rook h2. He found a way to trade, or at least to offer a trade of the rooks. And the rook, if rook takes and at some moment this pawn would fall, that would fall in the draw, but of course it will not happen. So now what he can do is, I think, play rook h to d7 or check. I don't know what is the trickier one. Oh, there is a resignation already. There is a resignation on the board. We see Motilov winning against Tabatabai in the first round of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship. Absolutely stunning performance by such experienced player against a rising star from Iran. Tabatabai, I mean, he was trying to bail out, he was trying to get out of this. You see from his body language, he is not satisfied, he's shocked of how the first round went. And that's the beauty of the tournament, as we are already talking about it, that there are a lot of upsets, anything can happen in this event. We've seen so many upsets in the first round. So yeah, I mean, we had a huge round number one of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship. We have seen upset on the board number one. We have seen Pranav winning against Nihal Sarin, getting a revenge, scoring that point. We have seen a draw on boards 2 and 4 between Sadvani and Brebnev. We have seen a draw between Shankland and Narayan. And at the same time, we have seen another upsets, which were when Jacobson won against Theodoru, and just now we saw Motilov beating Tabatabai in absolutely exciting fashion. What a round one it has been. We still have, I mean, one more game which is ongoing there, but I think it's going to be, we're going to call it a day here in Fujairah. It has been truly exciting round number one. All the games, I mean, there was huge fights on every single board. No matter what the rating was, every player was giving his all to get the victory. It was my pleasure to be hosting the first round of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship, and I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow at the same time, at the same place. We will be live at 5 p.m. local time here in Fujairah tomorrow with the round number 2 with more actions. Stay tuned, and I'm going to see you tomorrow here. Bye bye.
يا جماعة الحدث اللي اليوم مجتمعين علشانه وايد مهم، جاي أخبركم